Okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Perris Union High School District Regular Board Meeting of September 16th, 2020. The board will be respecting recent orders from the Governor of California, the Health Officer of the County of Riverside, and guidelines for the Center of Disease Control related to maintaining public health and safety at this time. Consistent with these orders and guidelines, this meeting will be held online only, and there will be no physical meeting location open to the public. The board encourages members of the public to join the meeting electronically. In order to submit public comments electronically, please refer to the link at the bottom of the screen. Public comments will be accepted until the board reconvenes the meeting in open session at 5 p.m. At this time, I would like to call the meeting to order at 4:02 p.m. I'm going to ask for a roll call to determine a quorum. Trustee Arau.
Here, present.
Okay. Trustee Garcia.
Here.
Trustee Freeman.
Here.
Trustee Nellison.
Here.
And myself, Trustee Stafford, here. I have established a quorum. The meeting is in session. It's called to order at 4:03 p.m. Okay. Item 3.1, invitation to address the Board of Trustees in closed session items only. Are there any public comments on closed session items? Mr. Bennett? I don't have Mr. Bennett on my screen.
There's no.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there you are. Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
I hit the button on my headphones. It turned it off. No comments this evening, Mr. Stafford.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. At this time, item 4.1, we're going to adjourn the closed session. Do I have a motion to adjourn the closed session?
So moved. Second.
Trustee Nellison, Trustee Arau. We'll take an oral vote. Trustee Arau,
Aye.
Trustee Garcia,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
and Trustee Nellison.
Aye.
Myself, Trustee Stafford. Upon roll call and the vote taken, the vote was 5-0 in favor. Closed session. Please vote electronically. Something's amiss. So, okay. I'm not able to vote on this screen. I don't want to knock myself out of the meeting. Let's see if I go here. There it is. Okay. Okay, upon we are adjourning in the closed session, and I believe it was at 4:04 p.m. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the regular board meeting of September 16th, 2020. The meeting is reconvening at 5:27 p.m. Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, if we're ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Our invocation today will be item 6.1, Trustee Arau. Oh, I'll still stand.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stafford. I would like to take a moment of silence to honor first of all, that almost 200,000 citizens that have passed away due to the coronavirus in our country, and the 1,125 people who has passed away here in Riverside County. And I hope also that the 55,986 confirmed cases, I wish them a soon and complete recovery. Let's take a moment of silence for those victims. Thank you. Please be seated.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Arau. Right this moment, we're going to recess into the California Military Institute meeting. Item 7.1, recess. The board will recess the meeting to conduct the regular board meeting of the California Military Institute Charter School. We are recessing the meeting at 5:29 p.m. to conduct the regular board meeting of the California Military Institute. At this time, we'll have a call to order. I'm going to call the California Military Institute regular board meeting to order, which I just did at 5:29. And I'm going to ask for a roll call to determine a quorum. Dr. Arau.
Present.
Trustee Garcia.
Here.
Trustee Freeman.
Here.
Trustee Nellison.
Here.
And myself, Trustee Stafford, here. We have established a quorum. All items requiring a vote will be an oral vote for this meeting, followed up with an electronic vote. Okay. So at this time, we'll move to revision, adoption, ordering of agenda. Item 3.1, September 16, 2020. This is where Mr. Bennett.
One revision here, Mr. Stafford.
Okay.
We'd like to move item 7.5 out of action curriculum to go under the public hearing column for the California Military Institute Learning and Continuity Attendance Plan for 2020-2021 school year.
Okay. So 7.5 has been moved to, what number was that, Mr. Bennett? There.
It will be under the category of public hearing.
Public hearing. Oh, okay. Get here 8.1.
Yeah.
No, okay. Okay, so we'll move on. Do I need a vote on this, Grant, or we just?
Yes, I'll make the motion for the revision.
Okay.
Adoption.
Okay.
Second.
Ellison and Dr. Freeman. And we're going to need a vote. Trustee Arau. Dr. Arau.
Yes, aye.
Aye. Okay. Trustee Garcia.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
trustee Nellison,
Aye.
and myself, trustee Stafford. Aye. Okay, please vote electronically. Go to your IC board. Ooh, let's see. Did the vote come up yet?
It has not come up for me, President Stafford.
No, mine has not either. Anna, are you able to bring our vote, or do we resync or something here?
You should be able to vote now.
Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you. Okay, item. What number was that? Oh, item 3.1, revision of adoption ordering of agenda, September 16, 2020 has passed 5-0. Okay. Next, we'll have oral reports. Item 4.1, CMITA President Mitchell Osborne, if he is in the meeting. Do we have Mitchell Osborne present? Okay, I believe not.
I don't believe so.
Okay, so we'll go to item 4.2, principals update with Nicholas Milosevic. He sent me that email. I'm just going to call you Nick.
Fair enough.
How you doing, Mr. Milosevic?
Good. It's an honor, absolute honor, and a privilege to be here with you. Forgive my voice. I think the smoke in the area here where we live has gotten to my throat a little bit, and my voice sounds a little bit deeper than usual. But I am healthy and happy to be here.
Good to see you.
So, Mr. President and board members, Superintendent Bennett and the cabinet, it's my pleasure to show a little bit about the wonderful things that have happened in CMI in the past year. I have a couple of slides I want to go over with you. I think it's important and relevant that I inform you about some of the wonderful things that have happened. I will be very brief and very quick. So I'll ask Miss Sarah to share the screen if possible.
Working on that right now. Hang on just a sec.
And thank you, Sarah.
You can go ahead and start while I get it up there.
Okay. All righty. Did you want me to try and present it from my end? Or? I don't know if I'm able to, but I could try. Okay, well, I have the slides in front of me, so I will go ahead and get started on my end, and when they come up, they come up.
Okay, I apologize.
No worries. So the agenda, presentation agenda, I wanted to cover 5 points really quick. Point number 1 is the events and parent engagement. Point number 2 is current CMI status. Point number 3 is conditions and climate. Point 4 is good news in regards to CMI AP scores. And the final point is CMI AVID strategic plan and growth. So in terms of CMI events and parent engagement, point number 1, July and August were very busy for us. We were serving our families and students. Registration was in full swing, particularly with the new guidelines in terms of COVID that we had to abide by. But we were able to pull the team together and execute that very successfully. We even got to use our brand new CMI mascot blow up, and students loved walking by and taking a photo. And we can't wait to use it again when the school opens up on our first home football game. We also were able to disseminate new instructional supplies to students, particularly in the area of science at the middle school level. We're so grateful that it was adopted and that funds were so provided, and our students are able to enjoy the latest and greatest Common Core instructional materials so that they can be successful. The upcoming events tomorrow night is our virtual back to school night. We're very excited and we're ready for that. Our teachers have already contacted their families and students. We have done so as a school as well. And we're looking forward to welcoming our parents and community to that event. This Friday is our coffee with the principal, and I will be meeting with our parents and community members to support them and answer any questions they may have and inform them of any new events that are happening. And of course, I don't always present just by myself. I have my assistant principals there. I have our counselors there. I have our military folks there as well, because often there are questions that our families have that relate to them as well. And so it's kind of a team effort for our coffee with the principal, and our parents really appreciate that as they leave feeling very well informed and very well supported. Any luck with the presentation, Ms. Sarah? Or nothing yet? Okay, keep on going.
No, unfortunately, it is not cooperating with me. I'm sorry.
Okay. Are you able to just share it with the folks? And then maybe they can follow it on their own. I'm wondering. Let me see.
It would be difficult to email that out to everybody.
Okay. All righty. Let me see if I can do that. Are you able to see this at all? Is anyone?
You got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me then continue in this way if I have your permission.
Yeah, sure.
Mr.
Okay.
President, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, let's go on to current CMI status. Our current enrollment is currently is approximately 1049, which is only one student shy of our maximum capacity. So I'm really proud of the staff and the team that stepped up. We worked really hard to keep our enrollment as high as we possibly can. Our daily attendance remains at a high level as well, averaging 98.5%. And that serves us well from a financial standpoint, but also from the learning standpoint as well, as our students are checking in on a daily basis. We continue to make personal intervention phone calls. We almost have 1,000 phone calls so far where we're reaching out to students who we haven't heard from, or students who need more support or clarification. We have a very strong system established that keeps this process moving forward. I appreciate the collaboration between us and the technology department. We so far issued 14 Wi-Fi hotspots to needy students who truly needed more support. They were very grateful to be able to receive that, and that's working really well. I'm also proud that we were able to collect 100% of our education benefit forms, which support us and our families. Point number 3, I mentioned conditions and climate. Back in 2018, when I arrived, one of the things that I had discussed with Superintendent Bennett and Dr. Newman cabinet was the suspension rate. It was averaging around 10% at the time, and the state average is currently below 5%, I would say, if I recall correctly. And so that was an area that we wanted to address. Particularly troubling were the subgroups. There were increases noted prior to my arrival in all the different subgroups as far as suspensions were concerned. And so we got to work. We got to work because we wanted to find out what was causing this and how to alleviate this and reduce that and bring it down to at least a state average, if not lower. And so I'm happy to report that currently, what you're seeing here, our suspension rate for last year, California Military Institute, is literally 0.92%. That is obviously less than 1%. We also reduced suspensions in all the subgroups, as you can see. I'm very, very proud of the team working hard to make that happen. And so essentially only 5 students were suspended last year. That's a total for the entire year. So what were some of the actions that were taken? One of the things that I went about doing from day one is I wanted to create a data collection system. Even though we have our own excellent system, who knew it? I also like to keep track of data in-house. I'm not going to go there right now. Suffice it to say that our data collection system allows us to track discipline on a monthly basis, by location, by ed code, so that when our MTSS team meets, they're able to analyze this data and then much more specifically and strategically design our approach on how to fix the problem. We also increased the number of interventions by counselors and the MTSS team. I know that between the middle school and high school, we had close to over 500 interventions last year by counselors and administrators. And we began to use other means of correction, which hasn't really been used a whole lot at CMI in the past. Ripple effects, for one, were very successful. Proud to have piloted that for the district at CMI. Like I said, we increased the counseling and guidance interventions. And we also created something I'm particularly proud of, and we'll take this opportunity to invite you once we're back in full swing to come and view our Military Honor Review Board process. And I particularly wanted to create this process for chronic low-level behaviors that occur frequently and really disrupt the classroom, but they don't deserve to rise to the level of a suspension. And so we've seen some great results with these particular actions at CMI. Point 4, as I mentioned, I really wanted to work on increasing our AP scores, but more importantly, if you look at here, from year to year, more or less, we are offering the same number of AP exams from year to year, 116, 130, 117. They average around 120, but what was not happening was the passing rate. So we wanted to increase the robustness and preparation of our students for the AP exam. So test preparation became much more important. And we saw some really good results last year where we have almost 50% of our students passing their AP exam with a score of 3+ or higher. So that's that's almost 25% increase from the year prior, and definitely looks like a 34% increase from 2016. So really, really proud of our AP team and our students for stepping up and doing an excellent job at CMI. And then the last point I wanted to mention today is our CMI Avid strategic plan. One of the things, our goal was to go down all the way to grade 6 to increase our capacity at school. Wanted to build a CMI Avid website to support teachers and students. I wanted to help to utilize our Avid tutors more strategically. And of course, one of our goals is to become the Avid site of distinction and demonstration school. I'm very grateful to Dr. Newman and Diane and his team in supporting us in this effort. They have been instrumental. So why Avid? So this is really important. As someone who's come from overseas a long time ago and experienced poverty, 90% of our CMI students are designated as low income. This is obviously a challenge. So some of the current data out there indicates that while college enrollment is up, that's not the case for low-income students. The data that I was able to find actually indicates the reverse trend. Low-income students are struggling to get into college. Now, this data is from 2013. Some of the most recent data, however, indicates that that's still the case. There was some improvement, but it's still a struggle. And then college remediation rates, based on the Research Community College Resource Center, reported that more than 2 out of 3 of all two-year college students take at least one remedial course, and then 3 in 5 public four-year college students take at least one remedial course. So we needed to find a way to make sure our kids are prepared when they go to college, that they're successful and they're not wasting time taking remedial courses, which cost money and make it more difficult for them to finish their degree. And so Avid helps us to do just that. It teaches them skills and behaviors that are necessary to be successful. It creates a positive academic peer culture, fosters positive academic mindsets. We call that growth mindset. And then, of course, develops positive tutor mentee relationships and encourages strong teacher-student relationships. And that's what our kids needed. And so the data that I'm presenting here shows that we've been able to achieve most of our goals, not all, but most of them. And I'm very encouraged. As you can see, back in 2017, there were 236 students in the Avid program when I arrived, and we this year enrolled 369 students into the program. And we have sections all the way down to grade 6, with more teachers stepping up to teach Avid and continue to want to be trained, increase in the number of sections as well. Finally, we have been able to utilize our Avid tutors more strategically. Not only do they help with their regular type of work in tutoring sessions, but we have also been able to leverage our Avid tutors and use them during asynchronous time to support particularly math. So our Avid team worked very closely with math and our students on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, as you can see here, during their asynchronous time, are able to literally click on their particular class, and they'll be able to get support in math from a particular Avid tutor. This is the website we were able to create for Avid, where our teachers and students are able to go, and any type of Avid materials that we're using school-wide, they can find them. They can find them right here on our unique CMI Avid website. And I can't thank enough Mr. Valdovinos for spearheading the process. So reading logs, reading articles, close reading articles that we're doing as a school, all of that can be found on this particular website. Our goal, again, is to continue to push towards being an Avid site of distinction. and eventually a demonstration school. And we're very close to do that. And that concludes my presentation for this evening. Let me
Okay,
stop
thank you.
presenting.
Thank you, Nicholas. That's very good results you're getting. Um, do we have any comments from anyone, board members? No? We look forward to seeing your football team. And how's that gym coming? It's got a roof on it now?
Got a roof on it. Right now they're welding. There's a ton of welding going on in there. And we're just patiently waiting for that to happen. Once the welding is done, we'll be able to get to move a little bit faster. But right now, it's all about welding.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you for your support.
Okay. So we're going to move on on your agenda. We're going to go to item 5.1, invitation to address the Board of Trustees on non-agendized items.
No takers this evening.
None. Okay. We'll go next to 6.1, the consent calendar. Approval of consent calendar items. Do I have a
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Nelson, Trustee Arau? We'll do an oral vote. Trustee Arau?
Aye.
Trustee Garcia?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
And myself, Trustee Stafford, aye. Board members, please vote electronically. So 6.1, consent calendar passes 5-0. Next item is an action item. Item 7.1, personnel, certificated personnel action items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Garcia,
Second.
Trustee Nelson, was that?
I believe I beat him.
Okay. We'll go to the oral vote. Trustee Arau,
Aye.
Trustee Garcia,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
myself, Trustee Stafford, aye. Please vote electronically. Item 7.1, personnel, certificated personnel action items passes 5-0. Okay, our next item is 7.2, classified personnel action items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Garcia?
Second.
Trustee Newman, I think you got that one.
Trustee Newman.
Freeman. What am I thinking? Freeman. Sorry about that.
I'm not insulted at all.
Okay. um, and one question I have, just a question. I think Grant answered this for me already, but this is the lead custodian position? Or that's the next one. Okay, so I won't ask that question. Let's finish 7.2. Trustee Arau? We're going to do an oral vote on 7.2.
Aye.
Okay. Trustee Garcia?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
And myself, Trustee Stafford, aye. You can vote electronically. 7.2 passes 5-0. Okay. Item 7.3 is a new job description, lead custodian and authorization to recruit. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Rao, Trustee Freeman. Before we vote, just a quick comment. From what I understand, this is using your existing staff to fill this position. Is that correct, Grant?
Yeah, that's just like we did at the comprehensive sites. We moved one of the people up to be the lead custodian at each site.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, they have a new gym and they have plenty to do there. So let's vote orally. Any comments? Trustee Rao,
Aye.
Trustee Garcia,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman, Trustee Freeman.
My finger kept slipping.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay. Trustee Nelson
Aye.
and myself, Trustee Stafford. Aye. You can vote electronically. .3 passes 5-0. Okay. We'll go to 7.4, curriculum adoption of resolution number 01.20-21, public hearing and resolution for the pupil textbook and instructional materials compliance regarding sufficiency of instructional materials for the California Military Institute for the fiscal year of 2020-21. No fiscal impact. Do I have a motion to open a public hearing regarding pupil textbook and instructional materials compliance
So moved.
regarding
Second.
sufficiency of instructional materials for the California Institute for the fiscal year 2021? So that's Trustee Nelson and Trustee Freeman. Okay, the public hearing regarding pupil textbook and instructional materials compliance regarding sufficiency of instructional materials for the California Military Institute for the fiscal year of 2020-21 is now open at 5:59 p.m. Are there any public comments?
No public comments this evening, Mr. Stafford.
Okay, so we have 0 public comments. Okay, we're just gonna wait for the, oh, the clock did change. The public hearing regarding pupil textbook and instructional materials compliance regarding sufficiency of instructional materials for the California Military Institute for the fiscal year 2020-21 is now closed. I was waiting for one more tick at no, my phone doesn't want to go. Didn't want to go.
Tick.
There we go. We're gonna stay at 6 o'clock then. At 6 o'clock p.m. There is a motion. Wait a minute. Grant, here there's a motion and seconded by to adopt the resolution pupil textbook. So we've done that part already, haven't we?
Yes.
So I don't know.
You call for the vote.
Okay. So we're gonna go to an oral vote. Trustee Rao.
Aye.
Trustee Garcia.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman.
Aye. Aye.
And Trustee Stafford. Aye.
Tony, I think you forgot my vote.
Miss David.
Oh, did I? I'm going down the list here. Okay, Trustee Nelson. I'm sorry.
Aye.
I've done that before. Okay. Okay, please vote electronically. Okay, 7.4 curriculum passes 5-0. Let's mark that down. 0. Okay. Our next item.
Trustee Stafford, might I interrupt you for just a moment?
Sure.
Ms. Fetzner asked if I could help clarify while she gets this into the minutes. Mr. Bennett mentioned earlier that we needed to move this item to a public hearing. Unfortunately, we were experiencing technical difficulties with Infinite Campus, with ESB, excuse me, not with
Okay.
Infinite Campus. And so while it's listed as an information item here, it's set up to be a public hearing. So you're going to treat it just like you did the very last item, where if you'll read the subject, open the public hearing, receive any comments, and then do your oral vote. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Anna
Okay.
delegated that job to me.
Okay. That's fine. It's not a problem. So we're going to go with the public hearing, 8.1 curriculum. Public hearing for the California Military Institute Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan for the 2020-21 school year. Do I have a motion to open the public hearing regarding the California Military Institute Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan for the 2020-21 school year?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, that sounded like Dr. Freeman. And the second was, who was the second?
It was Dr. Arau, second.
Dr. Rao?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was me. Thank you.
Okay. The public hearing regarding the California Military Institute Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan for the 2020-21 school year is now open at 6:03 p.m. Diane Martin will do a presentation. Okay.
Charles, are you sharing the screen, or because I got it back up just in case?
I'll have you in just a second.
Thanks, Charles. Emil, you're off the hook, but thank you.
No problem.
Well, good evening, President Stafford, board members, Superintendent Bennett, and Cabinet. As Grant had mentioned, this is going to be a twofer. So we're going to present both CMI and the district learning continuity plan simultaneously. The plans are identical with the exception of the general information, which represents CMI has put in their specific demographic information. Charles, if you go to the next slide. So just to bring everybody up to speed with regards to the LCAP has been suspended this year. That is why we are here to do a public hearing on the learning continuity and attendance plan. The LCAP will begin its 3-year cycle next spring again. So hopefully we'll be back on track unless there's any other edicts from CDE that guide us in a different direction. But our plan right now is to resume our LCAP process in the spring of 21. So tonight, in the place of the LCAP, the state has presented districts to utilize the learning continuity and attendance plan, which basically memorializes the whole process on how districts are addressing student learning under COVID-19. So these are the actions and services that have taken place from March and will continue on through this year. And part of this plan, and I'm not going to read the bullet points because I'm going to go through them in a little bit of detail through the PowerPoint presentation, but you can see that the different bullets, those are the areas that we had to address. And again, tonight is a public hearing for both CMI as well as the district. And so I'm going to walk you through some of the highlights. You have copies of both of the plans. So I'm assuming that you have had an opportunity to at least read through the draft. Tonight is a public hearing, and then we'll bring this document back to you next week on the 23rd for adoption. Next slide. So what I just wanted to share, so as I'm going through and I'm talking through some of the highlights, and there are quite a few, the document's about 9 pages. And so I'm just gonna take the highlights from the different sections because most of this information you have heard before through the board study sessions, and I'm sure will be reiterated through some of the other presentations in the district board meeting session. So with that, please feel free to interrupt or stop me because I'm just going to keep on talking through the document. You won't hurt my feelings if you just say stop. I have oh, look, Mr. Freeman, Dr. Freeman already has a question.
Yeah, who thought it was a smart idea to give it the same acronym?
You know what? That would be the California Department of Education. So I tried to use the little a to distinguish between the LCAP and then the LCAP with a small a. Yeah, believe me, that was the topic of conversation. But anyway, please feel free to interrupt. The directors are online, so if there's any specific questions that you have as I go through the document, please feel free to just to stop and ask your question. So the first section, as you go through, if you have the document with you, really outlines just general information, which is an overview of the impact of COVID had on our district and our community. So that's pretty basic information, some demographics and a timeline of events and activities that took place since March. Under the stakeholder engagement section, this is the section where we provide a summary of the feedback from our specific stakeholder groups. So here we've administered surveys, we sent home parent letters and used social media. You can see in this document that we have a timeline that outlines the activities and notifications of our stakeholder engagement process since March. The survey results are very interesting. I hope you take some time to review them. We've included the survey results from our distance learning survey early on in March, our student learning feedback survey, our teacher continuity rubric, as well as our parent advisory committee / DLAC results as well. All of our meetings, as you know, are held publicly through either Zoom, Google Hangouts, or like tonight through YouTube live stream. So I hope you have an opportunity to read through some of that information. The in-person instructional offerings, this particular section discusses how the district will resume in-person classroom-based instruction. And here in this section, we highlight our hybrid model and the process needed to open schools safely. In this section also highlights the district's plan to mitigate the risk of transmission, and those key measures include the changes to facilities, site operations, transportation, nutrition, and technology. On the bottom, you see that this is just a snapshot of some of the actions that we've undertaken as a district to address the COVID-19 situation in our district and our community. Next. Under the distance learning program, the continuity of instruction, this particular section provides information on how we will ensure that the students will access the full curriculum, whether it's in person or online. So these tools and practices contribute to the continuity of instruction in all learning models. Teacher profiles use the school webpage, Canvas learning management system, Google Apps for education, as well as the course syllabus. This section goes into some detail on how students can access the standard-based core curriculum, whether it's online or in person using the class link. The access to devices and connectivity, this section outlines and ensures how we provide how we provide support for students for access to their connectivity and Wi-Fi. The district has a partnership with Human IT that has allowed families to receive stable connectivity for their households. We've also issued hotspots to families. The district currently has a partnership with T-Mobile using the T-Mobile Empower Ed program. The district has also purchased 300 Chromebooks, and these devices are being issued to families that might live in locations where the T-Mobile wireless carrier does not reach. And in lieu of that, the district has a contract with Verizon to help with the connectivity of those devices. Pupil participation and progress in this section, the district, this section describes how the district will assess student progress through the live contacts through synchronous and the instructional minutes. Teachers, as you know, will adhere to the attendance requirements for taking and reporting not only attendance, but their participation in both synchronous and asynchronous instruction, verifying their daily participation and tracking assignments. And the synchronous learning can occur using the computer interaction through Google Meets or video options through Canvas. The asynchronous learning can also occur separately and without real-time interaction, and that learning can occur through classwork, videos, group work, and other supports from teachers. And the learning is directly aligned to live instruction, allowing the teachers to provide feedback and opportunities for questions. Students can learn at their own pace, and it allows for more flexibility in scheduling. Under the distance learning professional development section, this describes our resources and our PD that was provided to staff to support the distance learning program. Admin and staff were trained in distance learning playbook through Fisher, Fry, and Haiti. Staff has also participated in the leading edge certification through the county. Teachers focused on 2 specific areas during that first week of training, and that's the first days of school and building relationships in the distance learning format. Fridays are currently minimum days for teachers to continue to work in their PLCs, obtain technology opportunities, and for collaboration. Our EL task force is hard at work. They're focusing on instructional support for teachers and students during the distance learning. Designated ELD teachers and counselors are continuing to work collaboratively during the PLCs, and they have set up designated structured collaboration time every week. For special education teachers and paraeducators, they participated in trainings such as navigating an IEP from A to Z, navigating Google and resources to support students that are struggling with autism, behavior intervention, the who, what, and how on supporting students through behavior, through center-based instruction, social emotional curriculum, classroom management, and expectations, and referring students in and out of the behavior program. Staff roles and responsibilities. This is a description of the new roles and responsibilities of affected staff under COVID-19. And this is where employees whose normal work duties have been significantly impacted by the absence of students at the school sites will perform duties that are normally outside of their scope of work. And in most cases, this is supporting students academically as well as social emotional needs of the students. These are MOUs have been developed in partnership with the collective bargaining units to provide guidance for all staff members. Supports for pupils with unique needs. This particular section does call out our English learners, our students with disabilities, homeless, and foster, and how we're going to provide additional supports for those different subgroups. For our English learners, in addition, we have English 3D, our EDGE, News ELA, Read 180. Our task force is, again, continuing to work hard and providing next steps in a digital environment to include follow-up training and guidance with online standards-based diagnostics and data analysis. And the district EL TOSA, along with the literacy coaches, are also participating with RCOE, Remote Learning Guidance Task Force, and the ELA and ELD task force. Supports for students with disabilities. This focus new this year under the COVID and is the incorporation of a center-based modality through a virtual platform. This is where students are grouped based on either their educational need, subject matter, or grade level instruction. Related service professionals will provide virtual services as determined by the IEP team. And this is including but not limited to your speech and language pathologists, occupational therapists, our ERMS counselors, physical therapists, as well as our adaptive PE. Learning supports for our foster youth. I want to give a shout out to Bob Ruff. He's been a champion in this area and has shared with you before, but we have a foster youth one-on-one initiative where every foster youth in our school district will be assigned a personal mentor or coach. This will be an adult that will check in every couple of weeks to talk with them, to support them, to advocate for them, and supporting them in any way that they might be struggling, as well as reaching out bi-weekly to the students' foster parents via phone or Zoom and email. As we look at our learning supports for our homeless, as you know, and this has also been shared throughout the year, is that our district has recruited social worker interns. There will be one that is specifically assigned to the foster and homeless students. The first priority, obviously, is to work with those families that are in precarious shelters and provide them with resources to food banks, clothing, the county programs, and medical support. We've reached out to those families to provide them with backpacks and school supplies as well, and also to ensure that they are part of the distance learning and that they have technology, and if they need any hotspots, we deal with that on a case-by-case basis. Next. So the next slide just outlines, it's not encompassing, but it does highlight the major actions that are identified in this section so far. I don't want to go through all of them. They're reflected in our LCAP as well, but it does it does show just the amount of resources that are being expended to support our students under this plan. Next. For pupil learning loss, in this particular section, we address the learning gap as a result of COVID from last spring to now, and how the district will be assessing and measuring that gap for our English language arts, math, and our English language development. So some of the strategies include that teachers are meeting virtually via Hangouts for professional development communities. Fridays, they share plans, resources, instructional strategies that support our EL, foster youth, and our low-income students. Counselors are also available via phone and Google Hangouts to help students navigate the distance learning, and have provided additional guidance for families during physical school closure. The district EL TOSA continues to provide online and updates on online resources to support teachers, families, and students focusing on ELs. So when we look at our effectiveness and how we're going to measure that, that will be through grade level assessments, diagnostic assessments, common assessments, the district benchmarks, and the use of interim assessments, as well as formative and summative data. We'll also be looking at academic grades and reviewing the historical achievement against current data to see the overall picture of student progress. And you can see there is a short list of actions and services of funds that were expended to help support this process. Next. Mental health and social emotional well-being section. This section describes how we will monitor and support mental health and social emotional well-being of our students and staff during the school year. And as, again, it's going to be the Bob Bruff night, because, you know, I'm going to give another shout out to him as well. He shared a lot of this information with you as well. We have a one-stop shop website. We also have a partnership with Care Solace, partnership with an online counseling platform, Ripple Effects. We have the crisis response protocol, and again, offering professional learning opportunities for our staff to build and expand their capacity to implement social emotional learning practices. On the pupil and family engagement outreach, this particular section talks about the re-engagement strategies for students that are not engaged, that might and are missing school, and not engaged in class and are also missing school. And those strategies begin with those phone calls home, informational postcards, training and technology, providing devices for distance learning. The APs over counseling run weekly reports to identify those chronically absent students and those that are non-participating. We have support staff that make those calls home to those absent students and talk to the family to inquire on how they can support them. Attendance specialists are also doing home visits. And then we get into our SART and SARB process as well. School nutrition. This particular section talks about providing adequate meals for students, those that are eligible for free and reduced price meals, both in-person instruction when that time occurs, as well as distance learning as it applies. So under this section, we talk about the grab-and-go meals that will consist of 5 days of breakfast and 5 days of lunch, and meals will also be provided with a variety of fruits, vegetables, milk, and juices. Students do not need to be present to pick up their grab-and-go meals. As PUHSD moves into a blended learning program, the Nutrition Services Department will continue to provide breakfast and lunch for students who are attending both in-person and the online distance learning model through grab-and-go meals. Last bullet here is the district is currently working with Gold Star Foods to incorporate a farm-to-family food box, which would provide additional food for families that may include bulk meat, fresh fruits and vegetables, and dairy items. And then you can see the budget, the actions there to help support this plan as well. And next. This is the second to the last slide. So on the increased and improved services for foster youth, English learners, and low income, this particular section just brings all those actions and services that I just went over in the distance learning, pupil loss, and the mental health that brings all of these actions and services together. So if you have an opportunity, you can just see it more laid out in a more structured format. This talks about how we prioritized our foster youth, our English learners, and our low-income students, and then how we are going to measure that effectiveness. And I want to mention also, because I know this is near and dear to Dr. Arao's heart, you have approved the paper.co contract, I believe, last board meeting. And so this is going to allow 24/7 online tutoring to support all of our academic English classes, our newcomers class, math and English intervention and support classes, as well as our foster youth. So, and this tutoring can also be done in Spanish. So we'll be rolling that out on Friday with the admin, and hopefully we can get through the onboarding with the company and working with technology, and then hopefully be able to roll this out to the students next week. And for CMI, they will be serving all students under their contract. Next. So the next steps, so tonight is a public hearing, so we're doing a twofer, so I know that we'll be doing this again for under the district as well. We will continue to elicit any public comments, especially from our advisory committees up until the 22nd. Next week is the adoption, so we'll be presenting to you the final plan. We did receive feedback this morning from RCOE, so we will be embedding their feedback into our document over the next few days. So you'll have a final draft ready for your review and adoption next Wednesday. So with that, that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
Do we have any questions?
I tried to keep that under 10 minutes, but I'm just looking, that was like 20 minutes. I'm so sorry.
That's a lot of stuff. Dr. Rao has a question.
Thank you, Trustee Stafford, and thank you, Diane, for this presentation. Very informative. And you're right, you mentioned, actually, that was going to be my first question, but I think you addressed it right. I noticed that you were very specific in terms of how we supported our foster youth or homeless. I just want to start with the premise that all of our students and ours, we look after all of them, right? So, but I noticed that we have specific interventions for them. It was kind of a little bit generalized for ELs and special ed, but at the end, you were very specific in terms of the tutoring, even in Spanish, 24/7. Can you expand a little bit about the specific support that we are providing for our SPED students?
I would do a disservice if you wanted me to explain in detail, because I'm going to let Emil share that, because what I did in this PowerPoint is just pick out some highlights. But I will let Emil, because I know that there's a lot more that's happening behind the scenes, and that probably are embedded in this document. Again, you'll have to read the whole thing, because it would have taken a lot more time to go through in a lot greater detail. But I'll turn it over to my esteemed colleague Emil, and he can answer that question for you.
Okay, before Emil takes over, because I know that he's going to provide wonderful information, I just have this question for you and Ms. Rains, potentially. All those sorry, Ms. Rains, all those amount of money that we were seeing, the investment that the district is making in the education of our students, that is coming from the CARES funding, is CARES money? Just wanted to confirm that, right? Okay, so, and just for my own understanding, I noticed—
Dr. Rao, can I just ask Diane a question to make sure I answer? I want to make sure I'm accurate in how I answered you. Diane, you took all of that from my COVID CARES spreadsheet, right? You were going so fast through the presentation. I don't want to answer Dr. Rao incorrectly.
Well, that is not all of it, Candace, is from the COVID. So that is the commingling of our supplemental concentration dollars, as well as the COVID dollars, the CARES Act and Learning Loss Mitigation Fund. So it is a blend of both of them.
Okay, thank you. I want to make sure we gave you an accurate answer.
Oh, okay, thank you. And then later on, we can see in terms of the balances, right, how much is there for coming to do.
Yes.
I just, for my own understanding, I noticed that $850,000, if I remember correctly, that was the investment to reduce class size to support English learners, right? If we are, and these are just my numbers, maybe you can tell me, no, look at it for this way. If we have 150, if we can calculate an average of $100,000 per teacher, right? Every teacher divided by the 850 is 8 FTEs, right? So if we are looking at 8 sections for every teacher, right? 8 times 6, and then times 36, because those were the original number of students in each class. And if we divide those by small groups of 10, well, by how many students did we reduce? The class size, the max class size is 36. Did we reduce it to 26, can we say?
Charles,
In average?
Yeah, it's approximately about 25 to 26 is what we were looking for.
Yeah.
Okay. So 8 FTEs times 6 sections times 36, and then we have 1,728. But then we divide by small groups of 10, right? We remove 10 from here, 10 from here, 10 from here. That is 172. Does that mean that we have 172 EL classes, or how are they shelter classes? Are we talking about those classes were the ones who the class size were reduced, or what classes to support ELs?
You know, I know we have Charles Tippy with us today, and I know he can chime in further on that, but I know it was our lowest levels of ELD students that we were trying to make sure that those class sizes were reduced, designated ELD classes that we were trying to reduce to support our students.
Okay, were they, I'm not going to be looking at the numbers only. I just would like to know, because I know that this is not much notice, right, to get that info. But are we supporting the ELs on their ELD classes only, or in their shelter classes too? The class size reduction happening in ELD classes or shelter?
We talked about the designated ELD classes. So when you say shelter, not in the shelter class, in the designated ELD times, that's what we're talking about.
Okay, so it will be the ELD class, the English classes.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so do we have 172 English classes?
You know, I would have to get that exact number, Dr. Rouse. Actually, we can definitely get that over to you real soon.
No, that's fine. I'm just trying to have an idea the impact, to what degree we are supporting the English learners. Okay, so thank you for doing that for all the stakeholders and all the students in our community. And let's hear from Emil about that specific support.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Always a pleasure to speak to the board. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. So I want to send a huge thank you to all of our special ed teachers, all of our paraeducators, all of our related service providers. They have been nonstop with our students. They've really adopted the center-based model in relation to having our paraeducators work with our students, our teachers working with our students. I'm going to get into my presentation a little later this evening in regards to the distance learning plans and why we did that and the way we did it. And I think that'll help explain also the intervention support that we put together for our students, so that way we tailored it specifically to the needs of our students from that standpoint, specific to special ed. In addition to that, we have brought on 14 interns that Mr. Bruff and I are going to talk about as well in relation to supporting our students' social emotional needs across the district for all of our students, regardless of special ed, foster, homeless. We're prepared to share with you the curriculum that we've put together and how we're planning to truly also bring in on board our parents and provide that support to our parents and families as well. So we'll get to that piece if you don't mind when we get to that part of the presentation, if that's okay, Dr. Arau.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right.
Diane, I think Emil, so you'll address the mental health in your next section is what I'm interested in. Okay.
Yes, sir, Mr. Stafford, absolutely.
Okay. No questions from me then.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's continue. Where are we at now? So Are there any public comments, Mr. Bennett?
No public comments this evening, Mr. Stafford.
Okay. So we have 0 on the public comments. Okay, well, we'll close this hearing. The public hearing regarding the California Military Institute Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan for the 2020-21 school year is now closed at 6:31 p.m. Do we need, we don't need a vote on this, right?
No, we do.
We do? Okay.
No, they don't vote on this item. This is the plan that they come next Wednesday.
Yeah, I didn't think we.
They just need to vote like they did on the last public hearing that they had a public hearing, as I thought what we discussed, Anna.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. So I'll need a motion and then a second.
So moved. Second.
Okay.
What is the question we're voting on?
Well, we're closing the public hearing regarding the California Military
I
Institute.
know, but if we need a vote, what are we voting on exactly?
We're voting. Do you want to explain that, Mr. Bennett? So I don't fumble it up.
I don't believe we have to vote on this because it's an information item. We don't vote on information items. We voted to open up the public hearing and then we closed the public hearing, but there's no item up for a vote.
It is an information item, but under that it says action.
So if I could maybe just explain what Anna and I discussed, and we could be wrong, but remember we put it under information item because of the technical difficulties in what I called Infinite Campus, but and was about to do again, and is really electronic school board. So while it says information item, it should be treated just like the last public hearing you had. And so based on that, we thought a vote needed to be taken, but I think you're probably okay either way, since this will come back next month, unlike the last action item.
I believe this is coming back next week, correct? We're going back to
Right,
Thank
special
you.
board meeting.
and if we are voting, I would like to know what the question is that we're voting on.
You're right, Dave. Okay, so we're just keeping it straight as an information item
Yes.
and move to the next item. Next item is other items by the superintendent, 9.1.
Nothing this evening, Mr. Stafford.
Okay. And 10.1, other items by the Board of Trustees.
Nothing at this time, Mr. Staff.
Okay. I just want to thank you for your presentations and
I have something really fast. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to go through the list of everybody.
I didn't see it.
I would just like to thank everybody who was involved in the entire new LCAP presentation. I agree with Dr. Freeman, and I don't know who came up with the same exact acronym for it, but I appreciate all the work you guys put into it. I appreciate Mr. Milosevich staying here for the entire time. It's a lot longer than he normally has to for a CMI meeting. I was at the CMI about a month and a half ago, and Grant and I took a walk through, and we saw the new inflatable, and it looks really cool. I can't wait to see it at a football game. So we're all just waiting for that. And I just want to say thank you for everything you guys are doing over there and keeping the kids engaged, especially on a virtual setting. I know how difficult it is being a teacher myself. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Nelson. Any other comments, Board of Trustees? Okay, I think I see. Oh, did you have one, Edward? Okay. Okay. Well, I wanted to thank Mr. Milosevich for his time also. And don't forget to thank Mr. Bruff for us. I know I'll hear the mental health section coming up, and I know he had a lot to do with that. So we'll leave it at that, and we'll go to our next item. So our next item is 11.1, and that's adjournment. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Freeman and Trustee Nelson. Okay, we'll do a oral vote. Trustee Arau,
Aye.
Trustee Garcia,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
myself, Trustee Stafford, aye. You can vote electronically. Okay, this meeting is now adjourned with the vote of 5-0 in favor of adjournment. We now adjourn at what time? 6:37 p.m. Okay, we're adjourned and we'll move over to our next meeting. So we'll go back to the meeting board here.
Tony, we'll be on item 8.1. You there somewhere, Tony?
There we go. Okay. So the regular board meeting of the Perris Union High School District is reconvening at 6:38 p.m. Okay, so we'll start out with item 8.1.
Yes, we have some revisions to the agenda there, Mr. Stafford.
Okay.
We're going to be moving item 13.7 curriculum public hearing for the learning continuity and attendance plan for 2020-2021 school year under the to an information item. And then we're also going to be pulling and tabling for the next meeting items 11.13, 11.14, 11.15, 11.16, and 11.17. And those will come back next month to the board meeting.
Okay. All right.
Did you catch all that, Ms. Betzner?
I don't know if I did. We'll keep going.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so 8.1 is the revision and adoption and ordering of agenda. And with that, we're going to move item 13.7 curriculum to a public hearing for the learning continuity and attendance plan for the 2021 school year under public hearing. Do I have a motion to revise the agenda?
So moved.
Trustee Garcia,
Second.
Trustee Freeman. I'll need an oral vote. Trustee Arau,
Aye.
Trustee Garcia,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
myself, Trustee Stafford, aye. Please vote electronically. Okay, 8.1 passes 5-0. And we'll start now with our oral reports at 9.1, report out of closed session.
No report out of closed session this evening, Mr. Stafford.
Okay. Number 9.2, district update by superintendent.
Yeah, I only have about three things this evening, but we're going to start out with some rave awards for some employees doing some great things out there. I'm going to turn it over to our Assistant Sup of HR, Kirk Skorpanich, and he's going to recognize those people.
Can you give me 1 second? A quick quick timeout. I'll go get to one of the participants. So,
Well, the good news, the Dodgers beat the Padres again today, 7-5.
Oh, that's a great news. So it's 3.5 now.
3.5 games with 10 games left.
All right, with 10 right left.
10 games left. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we are the first ones who we already have a spot on the playoff.
They clinched the playoff spot.
We
Yes.
clinched the playoff spot. Yes.
Kirk shaking his head because he's a Padre fan.
They're going to have to face the Padres again come the playoffs because the seeding, and they're going to be 1-4. And they'll play the second round.
I'm going to have Anthony.
The Padres get out of the first round.
I think Marlins, they'll get through the first round.
How's it going?
Good. Hey, so we have Raven Wharves this evening, and these are actually a really special one, and they came from Paloma Valley High School. So we have several staff that we're recognizing this evening. One of them is here with us, and he's Anthony Stafford Jr., getting his headphones on. Another one is Nick Molina. Is Nick here with us this evening? The other ones should be here. I don't see him yet.
There we go.
The third is Steve Contreras, who's one of our campus supervisors. And the fourth one is Ramon Benz, who's also a campus supervisor. And they're receiving this award for a really special thing. And it came from an administrator at the site. And what they wrote was that on August 18th, 2020, an accident occurred just outside of Paloma Valley High School, which resulted in a mail truck flipping over at the entrance of the school and another car blocking a lane on Bradley. Ramon and Steve responded to the accident with the assistant principal, and they took the initiative to control traffic from attempting to drive through the accident and rerouted them through the school to keep the scene intact and people safe. And then both Anthony and Nick took it upon themselves to come out to the accident and clear the debris from the front of the school when law enforcement was done with the investigation, as the tow trucks were not on scene yet. And the debris would have impacted parents coming in and leaving Paloma Valley High School. Both Menifee police officers commented on how much they appreciated the assistance of the Paloma Valley staff and recognized the help of the staff providing traffic control, keeping community members safe, and cleaning the debris left in the street. So huge rave for those 4 employees that helped out on that particular day. And Anthony, we're glad that you're here to get that. And also, again, Nick, Steve, and Ramon, great job. Thank you for helping to keep our community safe and making sure that we look awesome like always. Great job, guys.
Yeah, no problem.
Right on.
Okay.
Nice
So
work.
Want me to reset you back up? Yeah. Okay.
The other thing I had on my my list was I just want to brag a little bit about our NSAs in the lunch program. They were doing it. We've been doing it on Friday mornings, giving the kids 5 meals for a few weeks, the first few weeks of school, and they wanted to increase the participation. So they came up with the idea. We're now giving out the meals also on Thursday evening from 4 to, I think it's going to be 4 to 5:30 coming up pretty soon. It's getting dark earlier, but it just increased our participation hugely there. And now the state or federal, I'm not sure who that is, federal, gave us the okay to, like our summer server program where anybody under 18 can come and get the meals. And now they just expanded from 5 days a week. We can do it 7 days a week. So we're going to be issuing meals to whoever shows up under 18, 7 breakfasts, 7 lunches for them. So we're excited about that. And then our NSAs are doing a wonderful job taking care of that for us. With back to school nights this year, it's totally different than anything we've had in the past. Pinnacotti had theirs last night. I think it was last night. They did a virtual where the teachers went online and were talking with parents, given what their spiel like they usually do when they're in the classroom. At our comprehensive high schools, each teacher has made a video of themselves giving out the information they usually do, and that'll be opened up. I think it's tomorrow night for back to school night. And then if the parents want to talk to the teachers, they'll have their email address there that they can get a hold of them and set up a meeting, a virtual meeting. But it's just the kind of the initiative that some of our schools have taken, knowing that it's a different year. No one knew what they were going to do coming in, but they're finding ways to reach out to the parents and do great things. So I really appreciate our staffs for what they're doing to reach out to our parents and keep them involved in the education of their students. And Mr. Stafford, that would conclude my report for this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. We'll move on now to item 9.3, CSEA President Josh Rushing. Is Josh with us tonight? Okay, I don't believe so. Okay, so we'll move on. Item 9.4, PSEA President Jason Miller. Do we have anything from Jason tonight?
I'll cue this up. Somebody will bang on the wall if the audio doesn't play. So let me share this in a minute.
Okay.
Stand by. Oh, I see Josh had joined, so I'm going to hang on.
Okay, let's go back
to
Josh.
He just joined.
Oh, I guess I timed that perfectly.
Yeah, he made it.
All right. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, President Stafford, board members, Superintendent Bennett, Cabinet. So we're in, what month is this? September. This has been an interesting year. So I'd like to thank Mr. Bennett and Mr. Scorpan for recognizing the classified employees that have been more than essential during this time. I've been able to kind of bounce from site to site, and I know a lot of the frustrations that were last month have kind of dissipated now that everyone's kind of getting in the groove of things. I believe, I forgot which one, but there's some Perris that were telling me that they're actually getting a little more freedom now than they were to be able to access kids and do, make sure they're there for the emotional support, which is really cool. I think Mr. Williams even found a setting on Infinite Campus to change the access Perris have to the Canvas classes and stuff like that. So that was really cool. It's been an interesting month. Haven't had too many issues, knock on wood, that weren't able to be dealt with in under 12 hours. I'm very thankful that we have a great working relationship with the district. And we look forward to seeing where this road goes. With that being said, thank you guys for this time and have a good night.
Okay. Thank you, Josh. Great to hear from you. We're going to move on at this time. And I believe Joe is going to queue up PSEA President Jason Miller, item 9.4.
That's correct. And if Sarah could give up a presentation, I'll play his video.
Okay.
And cross my fingers, the audio will play, unlike last time.
Okay.
All right.
There he is.
Hello. This has been a busy and hectic few weeks. I feel it is important to have this message go out to employees, administrators, the public, and with great importance, our members. I am issuing this statement of quality on behalf of PSEA. PSEA is committed to providing high quality representation to our members. We are advocates for all members to the greatest extent possible within our abilities. We are responsible for working towards the best work conditions for our members. We are responsible for pursuing a work environment where PSEA members feel safe and secure. This is not some implied commentary that the district does not provide a safe and secure work environment. We are simply stating what we value in our endeavors. We continue to support PSEA members through the lens that we want them to feel that we will be there for them. It is our goal to have peace, prosperity, and safety for our members so they can teach kids within the professionality that they have come to show throughout the area. Thank you for this time to speak.
Okay, that was Jason Miller. And we'll move on now to item 9.5, comments by the Board of Trustees. So we'll go down the list here. Trustee Arau.
No comments at this time, Mr. Stafford.
Okay.
Thank you.
Trustee, okay, thank you. Trustee Garcia.
Yes, I definitely want to give a huge shout out to everyone in nutrition services. I've been hearing so many positive things about them. That one, they've been working really hard. Two, they have the best food in the whole community. And yes, I'm comparing them to Valverde because I've been told. So that's huge. That's really huge. I want to especially take the time to thank Mr. Bennett and the entire cabinet, because every time we've reached out to you guys or you guys reach out to us, business has been conducted professionally and quickly. I love that. And today, especially, we had the special meeting and the training. That was great. We needed that refresher course. So I want to thank you all for taking the time to acknowledge that and to help us move forward. Joe, I'm going to keep giving you shout outs for everything you've been doing. You're an awesome person. I don't know if I could talk about that other thing, but you know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, everybody else, you've been doing fantastic. I want to thank all of our essential workers, all of our teachers and classified, because without you, none of us would be here. And I want to thank our students for keeping faith, really, because I understand how hard it is being stuck at home, learning online on a computer, not being able to have that physical interaction with other teachers, girlfriends and boyfriends, of course, and friends. But we're doing it. We're making strides, and in a few years, we're going to look back and say we did it, and we're going to be very proud of you as you guys get to walk to graduation. I'm just excited. No matter what's being thrown at us in 2020, which has been chaos, I want us all to realize we have an end goal, and we're all making it through together, and together is key. Oh, Dr. Rouse, I want to steal your phrase, Perris strong. So Perris united, and we're Perris strong. Together, we're all going to make it. So shout out to Dr. Rouse for coming up with the phrase. Okay, I'm done.
Okay. Who are we? Trustee Freeman.
Thank you, sir. First of all, Perris United, Perris Strong, doesn't that spell pups? I was wondering if you had that in mind. Okay, that's what got that. My mind's full of acronyms. I want to wish everybody a happy Grandparents' Day. September 16th is Grandparents' Day.
Wow.
Tomorrow is Constitution Day. Remember, we're supposed to be celebrating our Constitution. And lastly, in the environment of 2020, somebody pointed out to me that if you take the first letters of July, August, September, October, and November, it spells Jason. And I'm thinking of November, Friday the 13th. Okay, bye.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Freeman. Trustee Nelson.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank Mr. Bennett, who gave me clarification on an issue I had earlier. I can't really go into it, but I'd like to thank him on that about a week ago. And I'd like to bring attention to Mr. Williams. I saw something printing on his 3D printer behind him, and I came to find out that he is part of a effort that's creating face shield parts in the 3D printers in the school district and giving them out to the healthcare workers. And I really like that aspect that we're helping the community and whatever we possibly can. So thank you, Joe, and anybody else who's involved in that. And that's pretty much all I have for this month.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Nelson. And myself, Trustee Stafford, I just want everybody to be well, stay calm. We get through it one day at a time. Some days are tough, but you know, if God gives us the next day, we take it and we live that day. So this has been a rough week for me, and I want to thank Grant for being a support. I want to thank Mr. Skipanich for the great work he does in keeping all those issues separate and compartmentalized where we get through them. So it's really good. And thank the rest of the cabinet and board for just being who you are. So thank you very much. So with that is 10.1, invitation to address the Board of Trustees on non-agendized items. Are there any public comments on non-agendized items?
No public comments this evening, Mr. Stafford.
Okay. So we're going to jump now down to the consent calendar, 11.1, approval of the consent calendar items.
Tony,
Yes.
Tony, I made a mistake. I thought I had got an email saying we didn't have it. We have two public comments on non-agendized items.
Okay, we haven't passed it too far here. We're right there. Okay, we'll go with that.
Okay, Anna Joe, are you reading those in?
Sure, I will read them in, and they look like they'll meet the minute requirements. So 2 items for non-agenda. You can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first one is from a Kevin Hayes, and it says, "You people suck. Get these kids in school. Stop playing politics. We go to Arizona on the weekend just to play baseball. Open up." The second comment is from a Robin Mulvaney. "I am writing to urge you to safely reopen our student sports programs as many other districts have done. The risk of playing non-contact sports in an outdoor environment is less than incurred by many activities which are now permissible by the state of California and Riverside County. Players can be temperature checked, complete daily health checks, and even tested regularly to increase safety measures. The mental health of our students is at stake. Survey your kids and you will find that they are feeling overwhelmed, alone, and depressed. For many, sports were at the center of their well-being, and now they have been without them going on for 7 months. The benefits of in-person interactions outdoors must be weighed with the risk of COVID and compared to other illnesses which are used in managing on a regular basis. I'm not going to get into numbers and percentages because I'm sure you're all aware of these statistics. Riverside County's numbers continue to be greatly inflated by the cities of Blythe, Coachella, and Indio. 1.4% of the residents of Menifee have tested positive for COVID. 98% of those cases will recover. While nothing is without risk, our children's mental health is more important than the risk of COVID produces. Thank you for your time." There are 3. I said there were 2 comments. So this last one is from a Renee Bush on a non-agendized item. "I understand that distance learning is where we're at this moment, but sports and clubs should be considered at this time. It is much easier to monitor and control the environment of smaller groups of students. The students need some form of socialization at this time. Keeping them away from friends, coaches, and mentors is detrimental to their health. Mental health has been forgotten in all of this. Other school districts in the area have started outside conditioning for sports. That is a fact. The students need to be outside exercising and socializing in a controlled environment. Sports clubs are a huge part of high school life. We need to give these kids something back, something to look forward to every day. Bring back sports to give them a mental break. It can be done in a safe manner." And that concludes the public comments on non-agendized items.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay, thank you, Joe. They were all under the 3 minutes, so the statement wasn't really necessary. So we'll move now to 11.1, consent calendar, approval of consent calendar items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Sound like Dr. Freeman and Dr. Rao. Okay. Now, Grant, do you want to just we know we removed those articles, what, 13.17
11.13 through 11.17.
about the bylaws for next meeting. So
It'll be tabled till next board meeting.
okay. So we'll take a vote on that, the oral vote. Any comments? Okay, Trustee Rao,
Aye.
Trustee Garcia,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nellison,
Aye.
and myself, Trustee Stafford. Aye. You can now vote electronically. So 11.1 consent calendar passes 5-0. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Okay, I think I have one page mixed.
Twelve 12.1 is the next one, Mr. Stafford.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, district learning update. Okay, this oral report continued. 12.1 distance learning update.
Dr. Newman will be taking charge of this one.
Okay.
Yeah, so what we wanted to do was monthly bring you updates in regards to how things are going with distance learning, in addition to some of the requests that you have, just to keep you informed as a board with how things are going out there and the work that we're doing, supporting our students and our families. And so we have our team here today, and as I get us set up here, actually I didn't do that correctly. As get this set up. Yeah, so we have our team here today that will be sharing with us today, providing updates in regards to what we've done in regards to professional development, some of our attendance protocols and what our percentages are looking like. We will also go over some of the updates that we're working on behind the scenes as we prepare for the possibility of reopening. At some point in time, we still want to do some work in preparation for that. And so we have Bevy Escobar, our district nurse, joining us with some of the protocols we're developing for students. We also have Robert Bruff and Emil, our director of special education, as well as Bruff, director of pupil services. They'll be talking about the social, emotional, and mental health items that we're working on. But we're going to start off with Julie Zero, our director of curriculum instruction. She'll be walking us through just some updates in regards to some of the professional development that we just had just a few weeks ago. So I'll hand it over to her, and then we'll get started.
All right. Good evening, everybody. This has been a really great experience working with our teachers with the professional development, really as it pertains to distance learning. So we had our last district-wide professional development day on August 28th. And we're working with the distance learning playbook. And we've covered the module that talks about teacher credibility at a distance. So really developing those relationships with students that give that credibility to the instruction they're receiving from their teachers. Next slide, please. So when we look at the overall feedback that we got from our staff, we had 408 responses, which is a really great percentage when we have about 450 teachers. And you'll see that the trend, again, was really good as far as the feedback, with a majority of our positive responses coming from 3s, 4s, and 5s. And that's for the overall professional development day. Next slide, please. And during the professional development day, we had one large group presentation, which talked about teacher credibility. And then we had 3 breakout sessions that focused around strategies that really help support the success of teachers using in a distance learning format. So the first one was best practices for Google Meets. And that would really just help teachers see the different forms of student collaboration, the best way to use the different Google Hangouts for students and instruction to ensure that those practices are really being effective with their students during the synchronous instruction. Next slide. The next strategy was looking at cleaning up their Google Classroom and Canvas breakout, their Canvas page. And that really focused on making sure that their organization of their Google Classroom or their Canvas page was set up to support students in a very organized fashion. I think as we've gone through, we're finishing up our 6th week of school already. And one of the things that we've really found is we continue to get better and better each week because we improve those practices that we've really dived into and addressed with our teachers, that we're seeing the organization of our Google Classroom and our Canvas pages really setting students up for success. And so we had some really high ratings in regards to that session from teachers, with a majority coming in the 4s and 5 range for our feedback. Next slide. And then the final session really wrapped up looking at how to put together the best types of teacher videos for students. And that this was either short videos or some direct instruction with some opportunities for teachers to provide feedback to students, and with the ratings with the highest with a 4 rating. And then as we start to plan, we're already working on planning for our next professional development day for the district, which is the 4th Friday of each month. So we'll be doing that throughout the first semester of school. And then the next 2 modules that we'll be focusing on are teacher clarity from a distance, as well as engagement strategies. And we're really excited about the upcoming professional development days because we're really going to highlight more of our teachers and what teachers are doing in their classrooms, with opportunities for teacher groups to be able to have more conversation and share best practices. So as we prepare for that next professional development session at the end of next week, we have about 20 different sessions for teachers to choose from that really focus on engagement strategies. Some are focused in specific content areas, some are focused specifically on specific strategies that really focus around engagement strategies. So we're really looking forward to the next professional development day and highlighting some of the best practices that our teachers are doing right now. Next slide. I'm going to hand it off to my colleagues.
Hello, good evening to the board and cabinet. Thank you again for letting us present to you. We know that you and all of us are so concerned about our students with remote learning and the challenges they're facing. We want to remind you of a few things we've done in the beginning of the year. All the sites did some digital citizenship to kind of coach them on the best methods to engage through digital learning. Dr. Newman, I think if you could click on the mental health resources there, I think there's a link underneath that reminds us of the website that we've put together. And if we scroll down just a little bit, we've got links to so many resources. In particular, we're proud of that Care Solace relationship. And if you remember that, the board voted to pay for that, and that's an advocacy group to get students fast social emotional care if they need it. So we're really proud of that relationship and the fact that they can get some resources immediately if they need them. If we could go back to the main PowerPoint. We on August 28th, 2 weeks ago, we did a district-wide cyberbullying lesson, and that lesson was on disinhibition and cyberbullying, because we felt that the situation with students being at home is really right for that particular kind of bullying, and children or young people are particularly vulnerable to cyberbullying in this moment. So we're really glad to roll that work out at every site. Most schools did that on the Friday morning check-in with their teacher. I want to thank Julie Zerold and Emil for the crisis protocol that is listed there. We did a training video where we got to prepare teachers for if they encounter that frightening moment of a student who expresses self-harm in a digital setting. We have very good protocols in place for at school. And when a student expresses self-harm, we never leave them alone. We walk them to the office. We keep people with them until we can get them help and support. But what do we do when we are engaging like we are now through the internet? It can be a frightening idea, but it's a reality. And I want to thank again my colleagues. We feel like we've really prepared teachers. We're working with Jason Miller and the union to make sure teachers feel comfortable with the protocol, and that work will be continuing. And then this is Suicide Prevention Month, and next September 25th, we're going to be doing a suicide prevention district-wide lesson. In the next slide, we're going to segue to some actual lessons for social emotional health that we wrote, and I'm going to hand it off to Mr. Al-Zubaydi, but I want to preface it with, he is going to say we throughout this, and it is a we because we've collaborated, but really he is an expert in these fields. He's a psychologist, he's a trained therapist, and he has written, even though he's going to say we, this curriculum, he has spent countless hours on it. He's laughing because he doesn't take comments well, but he really deserves a lot of credit for the exemplary work that he's going to take you through in the next slide.
Thank you, Mr. Bruff, but I want to reiterate that this is definitely a combined team effort in putting all this together. So what we did was we took a look at best practices in relation to supporting our students. And what we found is in working with our teachers, our staff members, parents, is that these areas are the areas that our students are struggling tremendously in: anger management, empathy, grief, motivation, self-advocacy and empowerment, and social skills. And so what we did was we put together pre and post measures that both the student and the parent will be filling out every time our interns will be working with our students. Dr. Newman, if you would please click on the first anger management one for me. I'm not going to go through all of it, but I want to show you what it looks like. Oh, you don't have, I got to get you access, boss.
Not good.
Would you mind if you not share the screen? Let me jump in. Would that be okay for a second?
You want to take over?
Let me take over.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Bear with me 1 second. Okay. Like I said, I'm not going to share this whole PowerPoint with you, or I'm sorry, no, I'm not going to go through the whole PowerPoint with you, but I want you to see what it looks like in a sense. What we did was, for every time we have these sessions, you're going to notice on here session 1 on the bottom left-hand corner in this particular PowerPoint, so that way when our interns are working with our students, or if teachers want to use this material, or counselors want to use this material, they can look at how they want to chunk this information based on the sessions. And there's a pre and post for every time there's a session base. The outline is this. So in this particular module, we're going to focus on defining unhealthy anger, rage, passive aggressive, covert, and healthy anger. What happens when I stop thinking and just act? How do I let my emotions get the better of me? My first step in taking control of me. How do I still how do I still save face while controlling who I am? Accepting that I cannot control the environment, circumstances, and the other person. Protecting me and my point of view while managing emotional anger. Creating a plan to walk away and or disengage. Protecting me. And then you'll notice this theme of remembering the journey, because as students go through this process, it really is a journey. You'll notice on the bottom that there is an actual direction and guide for the individual who's actually going through this training with our students. So every time there's a slide, there's directions on the bottom on how to review this information and how to facilitate that conversation with our students. When we look at the pre-measure, there's going to be these pre-measures that occur at the beginning, and then you'll see also at the end. There's a post-measure, and there's always a summary that's going to grab what grabbed my attention today, anything I want to change, and what's the post-measure. We want to stay consistent in regards to the information that we present to our students as we go through that process. That's the anger management one. Again, I'm not going to go through all of it, but you could see just a little highlight of what it looks like, what's in here, and just all the different information that we put to. This entire presentation is based on best practices and navigating students to really regulate their emotions and their anger when they get frustrated, or just in general. Empathy. When we take a look at the empathy module, if I can pull that up.
Hey, Emil, real quick for the sake of time,
Yes,
just briefly check in regards to what each of the modules say, just for the sake of time, because I know we're kind of running a little behind time here.
No problem. Absolutely. So you'll see, again, there's a group outline. I won't read them to you, but you'll see the same process. There are pre and post measures that are built in for not only, again, not the student, but also for the parents to fill out. So that way, if we have to go back and the feedback that we're getting from both our students and our parents is that we still see the same behaviors, we still see concerns, at that point, we're going to go back and take a look at that material and see what we need to tweak in that material. Here's the grief module. And again, grief isn't just about death or dying, it's about loss. And so we are dealing with a lot of students that right now that are grieving over the fact that they're not coming to school. They're grieving over the fact that they can't see their friends like they used to. And so this module addresses all those pieces in terms of the stages of grief, how to address those stages, and how to navigate those stages. And I'll go back. I don't want to take up too much time. Motivation is the other one in terms of how do we keep our kids motivated or students motivated? What are the constraints that come along with motivation? And you'll see on here that when we go through the group outline, what do I want? What do I deserve? And so each session is a breakdown of how to navigate those processes. Self-advocacy and empowerment. We've got kids that are reporting out that they're withdrawing. They're not telling people how they feel. They're not telling people what they want, what's on their mind. And so we developed a whole module in relation to how to advocate for yourself and how to get to that level of empowerment. Same process in terms of pre and post measures, and then the social skill component. We've got kids that are really struggling in terms of engaging virtually. And so we developed a whole module in relation to the social skills piece. And you'll see on here, defining the difference between a friend, an acquaintance, a peer, and a stranger, recognizing different body language, the art of the handshake, maintaining those friendships. So again, those are the components in relation to the module that we've put together. That being said, we have a referral form that we've developed. I can show you that as well. And I believe I showed this to you last time, that now our counselors, our administrators, and even parents, if they call in saying, look, I need some help. My son is really struggling with whatever it is. We are going to make sure that we get that referral. We're going to assign it to an intern. That intern is going to follow up with communicating with the counselor, communicating with the family, communicating with the teachers, so that when we get a well-rounded approach in relation to what the needs of the students are and determine what level of grouping they need in terms of the modules that I showed you, if they need individual support, if the family needs to come in for family support, or if we need to provide what's called linkage, meaning let's get them connected to a different resource or different supports in the community, so that way they get the services that they deserve and need. So that's that form, to make sure that we are communicating, we know what the needs are, and we know how to set the foundation of how to support the student. Again, the indicators we talked about, any history of suicide, absenteeism, any trauma, any anxiety, things of that nature. And I really want to give a huge shout out to California Baptist University, the California State University San Marcos. Here are our interns. I'm going to actually pull out their names. I want it recorded out loud. Rosalind Richardson, Melissa Martinez, Christina Gandora, Brianna Brewster, Abigail Sutherland, Jackie Ybarra, Candace Harthen, Catherine Meacham, Marina Cunningham, Michelle Orozco, Bianca Torres, Nicholas Del Rosario, Gianna Rodriguez, and Star Alcazar. I really want to give you all a huge thank you from the bottom of my heart and the heart of this team and this board and this cabinet for coming on board and supporting our students. And you'll see where they're supporting students in regards to what site. And you'll see Ms. Cunningham is actually conducting the foster homeless outreach with Mr. Ruff's office. And then we even have used some of our interns to support our ERMS providers from that standpoint.
And Mr. Al-Zubaydi is meeting with them weekly because they work under his credentials and his degrees. We had the opportunity to meet all these young people in a Zoom meeting or hangout like this 2 days ago, and they are really enthusiastic and excited and ready to help our families. The energy is really phenomenal that they bring to our district. So a lot of passion and compassion for our students.
And if I can just add to that piece, they're not only meeting with me weekly for 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours, they're also meeting with Dr. Rebecca Gelke. So we are giving a level of supervision that I can honestly say that is not happening on any other site for our interns, so that we can make sure that they're providing optimal support for our students. So they're meeting with me. We're reviewing different areas of psychopathology. We're reviewing areas of theoretical orientation, and they're meeting with Dr. Gelke in relation to actual case review, discussing how to navigate those cases. So that way, again, we're optimizing that level of support for our students, our families, and our community. Dr. Newman, thank you for bringing the presentation back on board.
Before you go, is there any way I could get you to send us the link or access to that slideshow? Because I don't think I've seen one in that depth before, and I like that a lot. And these are what the questions I've been asking in the past, and some other board members, of course. But if you could send that, I'd really appreciate that.
Absolutely, Mr. Garcia, no problem.
Yeah, we'll get that over to you ASAP. So sometime this evening, we'll get it over to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Ruff, Ms. Emil.
We'll keep moving.
Excellent presentation.
I think we still have a few more slides.
Sorry, I didn't mean to rush you.
That's
Okay.
exactly why I was saying let's keep moving.
Okay, well, let's continue.
All right, I think this is Mr. Bruff right here.
Actually, this is Mr. Bobbitt. He's doing this slide, and I've got the next one. But we're making a segue to attendance, and he's our Infinite Campus and our attendance expert. So,
good evening, board and cabinet. Thank you for allowing me to speak real quick here. I'm going to keep the slide fairly brief because our attendance process is fairly straightforward. Essentially what happens is our students have the opportunity to check in for every single period every day, and currently it's limited to when the class is actually occurring. So first period, it starts and then ends within that 50-minute time period, and that's the only time they're allowed to check in. However, we do have fail-safes in place where teachers can override a student's check-in as necessary, and we give them up to 3 calendar days to actually make those changes, just because this is a really weird time and really weird situations happen, and we want the teachers to be able to go in and make adjustments. And lastly, what happens every day at 4:30 is Infinite Campus, our information system, goes and it looks at all of the participation and non-participation checkboxes that have been marked throughout the day and for the previous days. And it then updates the students' attendance tab. So that way our staff is able to see the did not participate as well as the students and parents as they are logging in. And I also want to point out our attendance percentages. The last week was pretty good. We were looking at 94% with a dip on Friday, which is kind of normal. And our year-to-date attendance has come up to 92.8% in this virtual environment. So it's looking really good. And I'm going to pass it on over to Bob for the next slide.
So just to talk quickly about follow-up. The first few weeks of school, we were very focused on the no-show list, those students who were not showing up remotely, and we wanted to make sure they were connected. That was really an intervention approach. And every site got all hands on deck. There were some people who were released from their traditional jobs, and everybody called and they reached out to all of our families to make sure that they could get connected. We want to thank Tech, because if they had tech problems, Tech was very helpful in supporting them. We've now returned to a kind of normalcy in that we every week run a 5-day absence report, previous years, and any student that was absent for the 5 consecutive days, there's outreach through phone calls and attendance specialists reaching out to those families. But we thought with distance learning, 5 days was just too many. And most schools are doing it for a 3-day absent report. So any student that misses 3 consecutive days, they're making a concerted effort to call and reach out. There have been many home visits. You know, they're different now with the mask and knock on the door and step back 6 feet, but it still means a lot to families when we take the time to drive out there and show up. Many of our administrators are doing that work. So we continue to urge our students to get to school.
You know, on the next slide, we have Bevy Escobar, our district nurse, joining us today, and we want to talk a little bit with the board and just inform them with the new tiered system in regards to the count that the state came up with to allow us kind of a process to just be aware of where we're at in the process of the possibility of reopening and meeting face to face. And so what we want to do was just give the board information tonight in regards to that. And so Bevy was going to join us and kind of walk through this information with the board so you're aware of what that process looks like.
All right, good afternoon. So today we're going to discuss the California 4-tiered county tracking system as it relates to coronavirus and operations. The first thing to note about this particular system is that it is obviously broken down into 4 tiers, ranging from purple, meaning widespread high coronavirus risk, down to yellow, which is considered a minimal risk. There's 2 data points that I want to note for this system, okay? The first one being that there's a positivity rate, which is indicated as a percentage. Anything above 8% is going to put you into that widespread purple category. And also number 2, the number of daily new cases per 100,000 people. Anything above 7 is going to then again put you into that widespread high risk category. And the state of California has created a website, covid19.ca.gov, that essentially allows us to track the positivity and new case rate so that we're able to track where we currently fall. As of Tuesday, September 15th, data is updated every Tuesday of every week. Our numbers currently fell at 6.4% positivity and a 6.7 adjusted daily new rate case for tier assignment. So this actually puts us congruently in the purple category, which we are officially currently in, but also in what's informally known as the red holding. Red holding essentially means that we meet red category criteria, but we have to sustain these numbers for 2 weeks in order to be officially moved into that red category. Once we are moved into the red substantial category, we must maintain those numbers for an additional 2 weeks before we can start to potentially consider reopening the schools. One thing to note also is that our data goes up to Saturday, September the 5th, which is the Saturday prior to Labor Day. So we need to keep a very close eye on these numbers for the next 2 weeks, because we need to determine how did Labor Day outings ultimately end up affecting our case and positivity rate. So we could potentially fall back into the purple category, or we could maintain that red hold category. Finally, if we were to meet all the criteria for opening, so we have officially moved into red category, we've maintained the red status for 2 weeks and can potentially then open schools, the question comes up often is, well, if we reopen schools, what happens then if we fall back into the purple category once we've reopened? Do we then have to shut down schools? And the answer is no. Once we've reopened, the state will then allow us to maintain our open status, even if we were to fall back into that purple category. Okay, next slide.
Bevy, before we go to the next slide, if I can say, I think the state also realizes the complexity of these decisions. So even if we meet all the criteria, the board has the flexibility and the district has the flexibility to continue to maintain distance learning, with the realization that there's so many different other items that we would have to deal with. So just kind of keep that in mind as well as we move through the presentation. Looks like Dr. Freeman might have had a question.
Thank you, Dr. Newman. Yes, I do. When you talk about Labor Day, it occurs to me that we have some special holiday just about every month, if not every month. And I'm thinking that if we get off out of purple and go into red one time, you say we don't have to go back, but we have all these holidays coming up, which encourages family get-togethers. And it just seems to me that this is going to be next to impossible to maintain. I have a lot of...
When they are talking about those parameters, are they for the county or for the state?
So this is a state tracking system.
Board meeting is for the county. Oh, okay. Never mind. Bye.
Anyway, we have something every single month, and trying to maintain anything for 14 days following one of these, when it basically is just going to lead right into another one. It seems to me we're getting ourselves in a very, very tight squeeze trying to move to red. And yet we have parents, families that are basically nagging at us to let their kids go back to school. But it isn't our choice at this point, is it?
Currently, it is, yeah, state recommended. I believe the Governor Newsom, has put that out, that the school districts should be in red before that potential complete reopening.
Yeah, and even with it moving to red, Dr. Freeman, it's still a local decision with all the different parameters that are required. In particular, we're a secondary district. A lot of districts, we're waiting to see what happens in San Diego. I believe San Diego they moved to red. I believe it's been almost, I want to say it's been almost 2 weeks. They have not opened schools as of yet. So we're kind of watching. We're able to watch the other schools, like I think Orange County as well. I think they moved into the red as well. Many of their schools have not opened yet. And then in particular, we definitely don't see a lot of plans coming out for secondary with the complexities that we have and the sizes of our campus. So we'll be able to watch San Diego and Orange County, who have come off the list already, and they're already in red, and kind of monitor kind of what those districts are doing, moving in that route. I think our goal today was to make sure you guys were informed so that you get any questions in regards to what these specific tiers are, so that the board's aware that the tiers are out there. Parents and families are beginning to look at these tiers.
Well, from myself as a board member, even if we get to red, I'm going to be very expecting a lot of details that show us data that shows us that it's safe, because otherwise I can't go along with that.
Right, makes sense.
Debbie, would you mind if I provided just a little additional points of clarification, and Dr. Newman? The blueprint that the governor has provided, it's actually not a recommendation. It's a mandate for school districts. We don't have the option to reopen until, as Debbie said, that we're in the red for at least 2 weeks. The only exception to that is there's a waiver process for K through 6, which obviously we wouldn't apply for. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. I hope you don't mind me interrupting.
Yeah.
Dr. Newman.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question. Just to clarify so I can understand this. We have been mentioning then I'm reading the state of California operations determinations, so there are the parameters there. And then you mentioned we're watching San Diego and Orange County. So are these levels by county, or are we talking about the state?
They're by county.
They're by county. Okay.
So it's the state's criteria, but they're using it for individual counties, and so that's why we were saying Orange County and San Diego, they moved into red already, and so they're making determinations if they're going to open, and most of their schools have not opened yet. As of yet.
Okay.
I think very few of them have opened at this time.
Okay, that's what I wanted to confirm that. Now, as of today, where are we? Where is Riverside County at this?
So we are currently in the purple category officially, but as of yesterday, we moved into what's called red holding. So we now meet the red category criteria, but we must hold it for an additional 2 weeks in order to officially move into the red category.
Okay, to go to the next one. And for us to consider opening, we are going to be looking at the minimum, the yellow.
No.
No?
So there is a potential for reopening in red category, but once you've entered red category, you have to be there for an additional 2 weeks and hold the red category, not slip back, in order to even start to consider the potential reopening of schools.
Okay, so potentially we can open on red if we stay on red for 2-3 weeks, let's say, or a month. Okay, and this is important for us to know. Thank you for providing this information, because we promised our community that we were going to be reviewing status and the possibility of coming to either to a hybrid model or in person every 6 weeks. And we are 6 weeks already, so this is a perfect timing for this update.
Yep.
So thank you.
Yep. Cool. So if we don't have any additional questions, we're going to have Debbie talk just about some of the internal work that she's been doing in developing some protocols for how we're monitoring students, if at whichever time. Like I say, it doesn't look like any time in the near future at this particular time, but that we do want to start having some type of preparation for the possibility that at some time we will come back to school. So she's going to talk through some of those protocols at this time.
Okay, so so if we were to potentially reopen schools, what is that going to look like in the sense of coronavirus screening? First and foremost, we want to highly encourage students and staff to perform daily self-screening for signs and symptoms at home, and also to stay home if they are feeling ill or have had any sort of recent exposure. In the case that we do end up getting a symptomatic student or staff member on campus, very first step will always be to have them, instruct them to put on a mask if they don't already have one, and then perform a combination of passive and active screening. So passive screening is a combination of two things. It's a verbal and visual screening. So verbal meaning, are you having any current symptoms? Are you aware of any recent coronavirus exposure? As well as visual screening, is the student having any difficulty breathing? Are they flushed, sweating, coughing, and appearing fatigued? And then moving on to active screening, where then we take their temperature and a pulse oximetry if they're having any trouble breathing as appropriate. If in those three forms of assessment they fall within normal range, the student will then be asked, to rest and then return back to school or back to class. If the assessment comes out abnormal or anything is out of range, we would then accompany the student to the transition room where they will stay and be instructed to be sent home as soon as possible. Parents or guardian will then be provided information as to signs and symptoms to look out for, where they can go to get tested, and instructions as to when they could potentially return back to school. And so we're going to be in constant contact with public health. We currently have some general guidelines as to when students and staff are allowed to return to work or school. But ultimately, it is a very fluid situation. We're currently following the general public guidelines, but I do foresee some more specific return to school guidelines put out by public health that just has not yet come out. So there is a potential tweaking of the guidelines that I'm presenting here, but this is what is currently recommended by Riverside County Public Health. Okay, I can move on to the next.
Yes, we can continue.
Okay. All right, so this particular slide is just essentially what I already covered, so we can move on to the next one. And this essentially is the illness and quarantine guidelines for those who have tested anywhere from positive to have had other varying levels of coronavirus exposure. And I don't want to go too into depth into this slide, but I do want to note that there is a significant difference between isolation and quarantine. A lot of times these terms are interchanged, but they are very different. Isolation is considered for a person who has tested positive for coronavirus, whether it's confirmed by lab results. Some people choose not to get tested. And so if they are currently displaying symptoms but choose not to be tested, they would then still also be isolated. And isolation is essentially where the person then is separated from everyone else in the household who is not sick. So they get their own area, their own room, their own utensils. There's no intermingling between them and any other healthy person in the home. Isolation runs for a minimum of 10 days. They have to be 24 hours without a fever, without any fever reducing medication, and the symptoms must improve in order for them to exit isolation. Then we have quarantine, okay? Quarantine essentially separates and restricts movement, okay, for anyone who has any potential exposure to coronavirus. And quarantine runs for a minimum of 14 days. And the reason why it's 10 for isolation and 14 for quarantine is you have to note that there is an incubation period for this particular virus of 2 to 14 days. So by quarantining the individual, this gives time for symptoms to potentially appear if the person was infected. The thing to note that is applicable to our schools is that quarantine can run 24 days or longer, really dependent upon the COVID positive person. Essentially, once the COVID positive person in the home is released from isolation, then the timeline begins for the quarantined people, because once the person is no longer ill, they may still be shedding the disease and pass that on to the healthy individuals in the home. And so we have to then wait 14 days after that isolated person is free to roam the home freely. So it can be quite extensive as far as the timeline goes. Then finally, the last thing I want to mention is, we get this question a lot, is person A, for the sake of this slide, is the person who has been infected and it's confirmed, or the symptoms are very aligned with coronavirus. Person B is anyone who has that exposure to person A. You do not have to quarantine anybody who has exposure to person B. So unless you've had direct exposure to a person with coronavirus, you do not have to be quarantined. And that does tend to come up a lot as far as questions within the school district. Other than that, that's really all that I have, unless you guys have any particular questions.
Any question, Dr. Rao? Yeah, you're muted.
Thank you, Trustee Stafford. Yes, I have a few questions for Dr. Newman and Ms. Escobar. So it seems that those parameters that we were using to determine the levels are for in-person, right, classes to go back to school physically. What I heard, well, not I heard, I know that the county county public health department authorized physical activities like conditioning activities for sports. Is that the case? What can you share with the board about that? I know for a fact that at least one district is already making plans in to start sports at the end of this month. If that is the case, what is the plan? What is what we are considering? And when is that plan going to be presented to us? And since things are changing, and if that is the case, we have the authorization from the county Department of Public Health. We are willing, I think, I can say I'm speaking for everybody in the board, not to wait until next month, because it's really important that our students, if we are allowed by the county to resume at least conditioning activities on sports and maybe marching band, provide those opportunities. The sooner, the better, as long as it's safe and we follow the guidelines recommended by the county. What can you tell us about that, please?
Yeah, Dr. Rouse, I think those are items that we all have to consider at this time. Many districts around us are looking to start up sports, right? Like you said, at the end of the month. So in regards to that, I know there's a conversation that we need to have about what we're going to do as a district. And Grant, I see Grant raising his hand, so I'll hand it over to Grant.
I work with our athletic directors. I oversee the athletic directors, and the districts around us, Murrieta and Temecula, started on September 8th with conditioning practices. Hemet started before that. Lake Elsinore started on the 1st of September. Valverde started on October 1st. I think I contacted Mr. Duchamp. I think your district started on October 1st also, or that's what they're going to be proposing. And so we're surrounded by all these districts starting up with the conditioning. And that actually on our agenda, we have to talk about the continued distance learning, but the other part of it will be to ask to give the authorization for our ADs to start looking at bringing back conditioning starting October 1st. They have a whole plan on how they plan to return students to conditioning.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bennett, for sharing that. But I think if we already knew about all those districts September 1st, we have it arranged from September 1st to the end of the month. I know other districts September 28th. Why we haven't acted upon that? And we are going to start looking into that until now in the next few days. We should have already a plan or something looking into our students. They also deserve to start working and practicing. And also, we are going to be addressing some social emotional elements there when they are going to start meeting the other students and participating. Obviously, small groups, the ratio 9-to-1, 9 students, 9 athletes, and 1 coach or assistant coach. My question is why we haven't started. Why do we have our students already there?
We talked about that at our last board meeting in August about some schools were talking about coming back, and we didn't think the optics looked good to have kids out there practicing at the time when it wasn't fully vetted on how we're going to check them out and keep them healthy. So that's what I was going to share the plan with the board tonight from the athletic directors, what their plan is for moving forward. They've worked together on that.
Oh, okay, perfect. Then I take that back. The why you already have the plan. I thought you said we are going to be looking into that. Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Dr. Freeman.
Oh,
Thank you. Thank you. I feel strongly that just because somebody else is deciding to do something does not mean that I have to. I know that when I was a kid and I'd go and say, well, Rick's dad or mom left said, well, I'm not Rick's dad, or I'm not, he's not my kid. And I want us to be certain as much as possible using the data scientifically. I don't, if every other district in the state chose to go fully open and I didn't see that we had that it was going to be safe, I wouldn't care. I'd go ahead and say, I'm not voting to open yet. I don't care if Val Verde, Lake Elsinore, Hemet, and everybody else in the county is doing it. It doesn't mean it's the right thing for us to do. It has to be safe. We have to be assured that it is safe. Let them get upset with us. They'll get over it.
Dr. Rao?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Freeman.
Trustee Stafford, thank you. Dr. Freeman, it's not only that they decided to open up, it is according to the county Department of Public Health. It is safe, following the guidelines to have conditioning activities. That's where I completely agree with you. Not because somebody else is doing it, if it's not safe, but we are not the one determining what is safe. We trust science and we trust our county health department of public health, the ones who are determining that, and that determination was done. So that I just wanted to clarify that it's not that we think that it's safe. They are telling us you can do conditioning following these guidelines. But I completely agree with you. If at some point the data in the county, the public health department is telling us no, it's not safe, we are not going to do it just because somebody else is doing it. We are on the same page.
Okay. Any other comments, or where are we at now, Charles?
I think we are. That concludes our presentation.
Okay. I happened to watch, just a quick comment. I was before this meeting. They had it on the news, all the different levels and when you could open up, and I had to walk back here to the office right before they got to Riverside County. So the local information is what we really need to know where we are, and be able to trust that, because there's always going to be questions, but we have to be able to trust that information is good. Even in one of the public comments, one of the person said that, oh, these two cities are the ones that are holding us back. Well, you know, we're a whole county. We're all one, so we have to go by those numbers unless they can look at those differently and still be safe. So safety is the number one thing, and I think we'll get there. We have to. It's a struggle, but we'll get there. If we have no more comments, we'll move ahead. If I'm looking, I don't see everybody, but unless we have any more comments, and thank you for the presentation. That part was really what we need to know. I mean, it gets us down to the basics of the information. So
yeah, and if we can give a special thanks just to Bevy for joining us tonight.
Yes. Yeah.
Appreciate her coming with her. You know, she has a great medical lens that she presents to us. So just want to express appreciation for her being here with us tonight.
Yes, thank you, Bevy. Really great presentation.
Yes.
Keeping us up to date. So, okay, I don't want to rush anybody, so we'll wait to see if we're ready for the next item. So we'll move ahead if we have. I think you're still a part of this one, Dr. Newman.
No, that is correct. And so what we want to do is do a special education update today. And so we're going to hand it over to Emil. We're going to actually let him drive for himself tonight. So himself, since he's that's his expertise. So he can go ahead and take the screen, and then he'll do a presentation for us tonight.
Okay, so we're at 12.2 oral report for this is special education.
Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yeah, I can.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So let's start talking about our distance learning plans. So if you recall, back in August, we talked about the importance of making sure that we come together in a format of an IEP. And this really was the building block that came out of Senate Bill 98, specifically Section 5634. And I'm not going to read that ed code to you. But I can tell you that the premise was that by September 1st, we had to develop a distance learning plan. And what you can see are the numbers in terms of the number of IEP amendments that were held and how many are remaining. And we do have some sites that still need to complete those. And I am working with those sites hand in hand. And my goal is to get those done by October. And I'm pushing for sooner. But it's quite a hill that we're climbing with, and you'll see what I mean as I get to the next slide. Truly, the intent of our distance learning amendment IEP meetings was to ask that our parent and our guardian, the parent or the guardian, our case carrier, and our gen ed teachers, along with our site administrators, participate in these IEP meetings. And again, I want to send a huge thank you to each and every one of our special ed teachers, to each and every one of our administrators, to each and every one of our parents, because this is not easy to come together and to really get the expertise of our parent and our case carrier to come together in those meetings, to really hone in on the individualized needs in terms of what we're going to accommodate, what we're going to alter to support our students through distance learning. The other piece of it was we used our gen ed teacher who was in attendance to answer curriculum and general education setting questions. And we used our teachers out of our OCS programs. And that was a twofold effect, because remember, our gen ed teachers are really used to focus in on overall general questions about curriculum in our gen ed classrooms and what goes on in our gen ed classroom settings. It's really the onus and the importance of having the case carrier and the parent come together to talk about, hey, what's going on? Because remember, our case carriers, they know our kids inside and out from our educational standpoint. Our parents know our kids all the way around. And we really want to get the expertise of both those parties to come together and to get that ability to have any questions answered by our gen ed teacher. From that standpoint, when we take a look at these amendment meetings, these are short amendment meetings. And when we look at our annuals, our triennials, we're going back to the typical meeting where we're having the gen ed teacher that's supporting the student from that classroom attend those meetings. We're having the case carrier go through the whole entire IEP process. But the beauty of this document is that we're not changing FAPE in relation to if we were to come back traditionally and when the board determines that decision. So what happens is there's actually a letter, and I'm gonna click on this so you could see it. This letter outlines, like if it'll pull up, I hope it'll pull up. Yes. Oh, and somebody went in there and put some stuff in there they shouldn't have put in there. Okay, I'm gonna go in there. As you can see, we're sharing the document with all of our staff members. When we take a look at this, you're gonna see the service, you're gonna look at the frequency, the duration, how it's being delivered, and who's the provider providing it. So we're taking a look at any related service support. We're taking a look at any type of accommodations or modification. All that is being inputted in here. So that way, the team is very specific that when our students are in distance learning, this is the model that we're going to support our students so that way we don't have students slipping through the cracks through distance learning. Let me go back to my presentation here. Okay. So from that standpoint, again, the free appropriate public education, or that term FAPE, that FAPE offer isn't going to change in terms of traditional learning. We're going to keep that FAPE offer the same, and then we're going to navigate in relation to that letter outlining what are the accommodations, modifications, and variances and services that we're going to provide our students through distance learning. Okay, so let's talk about our numbers. We have grown tremendously. Our current number of students identified is 1,594 students. We're at roughly 13% with 11 more students that are waiting to get matriculated from that standpoint. What does that breakdown look like? And I won't read all these numbers, but I just want to point out that each slide will have, and again, mild to moderate, moderate to severe, our C's classroom, because remember this year we opened up a social emotional academic support classroom, which is a program that supports our students that are struggling with social emotional behavioral supports or social emotional behavioral issues. And we open now a classroom at each comprehensive site. And then if we have any speech only students, meaning that they've only qualified for speech and they're receiving those speech services. In total at Penicotti, we've got 181 students. At Heritage, we have 460. Paloma Valley, we have 429 students. At Perris High School, we've got roughly 307 students. Perris Lake, 15 students. And then at the Scholar Plus, we have 7. At CMI, we have a huge jump at CMI of 23 students. Pathways grew tremendously. We're at 94 students at Pathways, and then, I'm sorry, at Riverside County Office of Education, we're using their programs for our medically fragile students and our students that are specifically struggling with autism. We have 42 students there, and we have contracts with non-public schools at Oak Grove, both in Murrieta and in Perris, Stone Ridge Academy, Somerset, New Haven, and Bright Futures Academy, where we have currently 36 students placed at our non-public schools. And I try to go through that very quickly so that I can answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, do we have questions? I see Dr. Rao. My screen's jumping around. I don't.
Sorry, I want to get out of that sharing mode. I apologize.
Okay. Dr. Rao, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Trustee Stafford. Emil, you mentioned a few minutes ago that you are using, or the district, we are using OCD teachers, right,
Yes,
to attend the IEPs. Can you clarify, because it's my understanding, maybe, I don't know if I'm wrong here, right, but it's important to clarify. In an IEP, you have all the members of the team, and to my understanding, the objective of having a regular ed teacher is how is the student performing in the regular class, how are we addressing the specific disability of the student, are we making those accommodations, how the student is performing, right? And based on that input from the regular ed teacher, the team can make a decision, well, yes, this is okay, or we can make this change. I want to make a parenthesis here. At the beginning of this process, we emphasize and we promise to all of our stakeholders, your students, our special ed students, they are going to receive the best possible service, the service that they deserve. Do you think having an OCD teacher who doesn't know the student at all, right, is going to provide a meaningful input to that process? And also, why we don't have the regular teachers, at least one of the teachers who is teaching that student to provide that meaningful support? So basically 2 questions. is it possible for the OCD teacher who doesn't know the student to provide meaningful input so we can comply with our promise, right, to their parents? And if that is the case, if you can explain how, and if it's not, why we are not using the regular ed teachers, or we are not inviting them. They have 7 teachers. We have 7 periods, right, during the day. One of those 7 teachers during those 7 periods, can they attend and provide an input to support the process?
Dr. Rao, thank you for that question. And there is definitely a level of support that we want to take a look at, absolutely. But I will tell you, remember, these are the distance learning plan meetings. These are not annuals or triennials, which are those big, heavy set meetings where we're making decisions in regards to placement, we're making decisions in returns to goals. We're not making those determinations at these meetings. This is an amendment meeting to review simply the distance learning plan piece of it. And so the true experts at that meeting are going to be two facilitators. Now, granted, Ed Code tells us very clearly, there is a requirement in terms of who attends the IEP meeting. You have to have an administrator, you have to have a gen ed teacher, you have to have the case carrier, and you have to have the parent or guardian attend that meeting. The student is optional unless they're 18 years old, right? But those are circumstances that we can discuss at a later time. The notion of these meetings was specific to focus on the experts of the parents / guardian and the case carrier who know the student in and out, and how we're going to augment the current supports and services to address the student from a distance learning standpoint. That really was the intent behind having those meetings, right? Because we could have easily done a letter, but the problem with the letter is we could have never gotten the expertise from the parent and the case carrier coming together to marry the aspects of that expertise to see how we're going to do the most appropriate we can for our students from that standpoint.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Amir, for clarifying that. Actually, you answered the question right away when you said these are amendments that
Yes.
we are making there. Is not the regular IEP. And you're right. There are some districts that they are just sending the letter. So actually, we are going above and beyond.
Yes, sir.
If we are talking about those amendment meetings, that's perfect. But the regular IEPs, we have the regular teacher, right?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, so I feel comfortable with the parents of the special ed students that we are actually above and beyond providing the service that we promised to them.
Dr. Rao. Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Stafford, I did want to share that I sent an email to all of our board members in regards to the materials that I put together through your PUHSD account. So you all have that material in your email waiting for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Do we have any more comments or questions on the adult ed update? Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Newman and your team, Emil, Mr. Bruff, and Bevy, and all the people that make your team work. Thank you very much for your presentations. Okay, so let me get on track here. We're going to the action items now, and I realized I have a little printing error, but I'm going to go as far as I can on this one script I'm using. So 13.1 is an action item, certificated personnel action item. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Garcia. And second was
Dr. Rao.
Dr. Rao? Okay. Okay, so on 13.1, we're going to do an oral vote. Trustee Rao.
Aye.
Okay. Trustee Garcia.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nellison.
Aye.
Myself, Trustee Stafford. Aye. Okay, you can vote now electronically. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, 13.1 certificated personnel action item passes 5-0. Okay, 13.2 is a personnel action item.
So moved.
It's classified personnel action item. I'm sorry. Okay, so moved. That's Trustee Garcia.
Yes.
Second.
Second, Dr. Freeman. Okay, we'll take an oral vote. Trustee Rao,
Aye.
Trustee Garcia,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
and Trustee Stafford. Aye. And you can vote electronically. Okay. The vote is 5-0 in favor of 13.2. Okay. Somehow my page is cut off here at 13.3. I must have been a printer error, so I'm going to go by the electronic version of this. 13.3 is personnel adoption of resolution number 03.2003 2020-21 week of the school administrator.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Trustee Nelson, Dr. Freeman, and we can vote orally. Trustee Arau,
Aye.
Trustee Garcia,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
and myself, aye. You can vote electronically. So 13.3 passes 5-0. And we move to the next item. 13.4 is an action item, memorandum of understanding, MOU. This is a memorandum of understanding between the Perris Union High School District and the California School Employees Association and its chapter Perris Valley 469 regarding the reopening of school for the 2021 school year.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have Trustee Garcia, Trustee Freeman, and we'll vote. Trustee Arau, any comments before we vote? Okay, Trustee Arau?
Aye.
Okay, Trustee Garcia?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
Myself, Trustee Stafford, aye. You can vote electronically. 13.4 passes 5-0. Okay, our next item is an action item, 13.5 curriculum, ratification of agreement with Connect Ed for small learning community / pathway design services for Liberty High School funded through the various facilities funds at a total cost not to exceed $97,300, not the general fund. Do
So
I have a
moved.
motion?
So moved.
Trustee Freeman, a motion, and second.
Second.
Second, Trustee Nelson. We'll go for a oral vote. Trustee Arau,
Aye.
Trustee Garcia,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
myself, Trustee Stafford, aye. You can vote electronically. So 13.5 passes 5-0. Our next item is an action item, 13.6 curriculum, adoption of resolution number 02.20-21, public hearing and resolution for pupil textbook and instructional materials compliance regarding sufficiency of instructional materials for the fiscal year of 2021. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
In a public hearing, Mr. Stafford.
Oh, this is a public hearing? I'm sorry.
This one's been moved to 14.1, I believe.
No, this is a.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is a different one. You're right.
It's for textbooks.
This is 13.6. Public hearing and resolution for people. Okay. I don't have my, for some reason, my printout stopped at 13.1, so I'm kind of gonna have to work through this. So the public hearing language, let's see if I have it here.
Read it, Mr. Stafford.
Can you please, Mr. Bennett, the only choice I have is to go back and reprint what pages.
13.6 is curriculum adoption resolution of number 2 of 2021, public hearing resolution for pupil textbook instructional materials compliance regarding sufficiency of instruction materials for the fiscal year 2021. You had a motion, a second, to open up the public hearing at 8:11 p.m.
Okay, 8:11.
We have no comments from the public.
Okay, so we'll wait a minute or two.
Can I interrupt real quick? Can I please, who motioned and who second?
The motion was by Mr. Freeman and Mr. Nelson. No, that was 13.5. I don't think we have one. I didn't write one.
It was the other way around for this one. Mr. Nelson made the motion and I seconded it.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Dr. Freeman. Okay, we went into public hearing at 8:11. So we can come out of public hearing
At 8:12.
at 8:12.
And now you can call for the vote.
Okay. I think I had that language. Okay, we'll call for an oral vote. Trustee Arau?
Aye.
Trustee Garcia?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nelson?
Aye.
And myself, Trustee Stafford, aye. 13.6 curriculum passes 5-0. Okay, our next item is 13.7. This is curriculum authorization to continue distance learning at Perris High School for Perris High School District schools for an additional 6 weeks due to the novel coronavirus, COVID-19. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Trustee Garcia, Trustee Freeman. We'll go for an oral vote. Trustee Arau?
Aye.
Mr. Stafford?
Is it-
We had
Yeah.
we had 2 comments on an agendized item to read in. Is that right?
Okay.
Ms. Fetzner?
On 13.7?
13.7, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Joe.
I'm scrolling. Sorry about that. Here we go. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. So 13.7. This first one's from Ryan Schubert. After the unequivocal experience of the inefficiency of the system put in place to replace traditional learning, I only see it logical to list the grievances held by many and hope you hear these words and act justly upon them. This brings me to the main point of my writing. Online distance learning cannot continue. The negative effects of distance education have become apparent over the last 6 weeks across all ages. Parents, teachers, and students are suffering from the shortcoming of distance education. The effects of the shortcomings are as follows. Us students are on the computer for the standard school hours, yet due to the overwhelming amount of work distributed to us by our teachers, we are working for 3 to 7 hours a night and beyond the school day. This was nothing like the days when we were in school, where that is a rarity, and even among students taking the most rigorous courses. This is a product of the lack of preparation of both students and teachers. Failure to properly execute the needs of distance education to function properly has caused a perpetual loop of overall inadequacy among work produced by teachers and students. As distance education has persisted, laziness and apathy among students has grown. The desire to learn and produce quality work has dropped. This inadvertently causes teachers to feel they become ineffective in their profession, and due to the lack of student participation and interaction in their online classes, teachers are unable to get through their students to help them. This brings me to my next point. The students are uninterested in engaging in the act of learning from their educators. Participation among the students is at an all-time low, an issue that could be fixed instantly with some form of in-person education. This could solve a massive lack of involvement among students and reinvigorate teachers in their desire to teach what they love and effectively and positively impact their students. The next point is the aspect of mental health. Students, teachers, and parents are plagued with negative emotions such as anxiety, stress, panic, and overall sense of inadequacy. Again, this points to the lack of normal where we used to have these emotions will never go away. But I and many others feel that distance education are expedited these emotions to uncontrollable levels. Things we humans crave are human interaction, especially when doing what we love. For teachers, that could be getting to talk to a receptive audience and what they are passionate about. This could be fixed by being in school. For our coaches, it could be coaching the sport they love with the players they love coaching. Finally, for students, it is our desire to be with the people we love, our friends and teachers and our coaches. Of course, the easy fix would be to go back completely like normal with any precautions you choose to take, though I believe that going back and enforcing necessary precautions is the best way to move forward. In writing this, I ask you that a solution is found soon. Something as simple as bringing back our extracurricular activities would be well appreciated. Our band and theater students, as well as our athletes, are longing for that which they're passionate about. So simply put as I can, allow us to go back and resume doing what we love. A final point, the shortcoming of distance learning having caused a downward spiral in the overall quality of education we students are receiving. The teachers, students, and parents are done with this and demand change. The next comment is from Tisha Schubert. To the board members of the Perris Unified High School District and Superintendent Bennett, I would like to hear from our community that distance learning is not healthy for our children, parents, or families. The emotional, physical, and educational toll it's taking on our students is, in my opinion, criminal. The hours that our students spend in front of the computer is not acceptable. One of the number of complaints I'm hearing from our high school students is the amount of assignments they have to do each week. Now, it is important to point out that this is not a criticism on our teachers. I believe our teachers are trying to give the students all that they would in a classroom. I believe most want to give their students a quality education. I, as a teacher and a parent, do believe that we can give our students quality education in the format of distance learning. We may be able to asynchronously assign quality work, but not necessarily quality engagement and learning. We cannot and should not accept from students to complete the obscene amount of work that's being assigned asynchronously each week. My student, a junior with almost a 4.2 GPA, has 20 to 30 assignments each week. This puts him with a multitude of students at a computer from 8 a.m. and most often to 10 p.m. at night, with a break for lunch and a workout. No student, whether an honor student or general ed student, should be sitting at a computer doing assignments, formatting assignments, and attaching assignments all day. With this being said, please reconsider in-person instruction. Secondly, and equally important, I feel that many students are being negatively affected by extracurricular activities such as sports, bands, clubs, being ripped away from them too. For many, this was an outlet, the support system, the glue that held them together and kept them coming to school. Please bring back our extracurricular activities and sports back immediately. The next comment is from a Karen McDaniel. I have been a professor of child development and education for more than 20 years in the Inland Empire. Our children are experiencing trauma that result in long-term consequences that may be debilitating for some. Children can't learn online if they are suffering from depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation. There is a critical need for children to return to the face-to-face instruction with social distancing guidelines in place. I urge the board to immediately put a plan into place to phase in face-to-face instruction. Many children have gone from having excellent grades to struggling to simply check into a class. Grades are suffering across the board, but more importantly, mental health is suffering. In addition, it seems imperative that some sort of grounding and healing activities are offered to the students, such as yoga, art, healing circles, etc. Each of you will be held accountable as you address the needs of our children during this critical time. And that concludes the comments that came in for 13.7.
Okay.
You had a motion and a second, Mr. Stafford.
So the motion, can you refresh my memory? The motion was by Trustee Freeman?
Trustee Garcia, and then the second was by Trustee Freeman.
Okay. Okay, we'll do any comments? We'll do an oral vote. Trustee Arau,
Aye.
Trustee Garcia,
Aye.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
myself, Trustee Stafford, aye. You can now vote electronically. Okay, so 13.7 curriculum passes 5-0. We now move to 13.8. This action item, building and grounds, ratification of agreement with Baker Nowicki Design Studio for furniture, fixtures, and equipment selection and consultation services for the Liberty High School project, funded through the various facilities funds in the amount of $198,850, not the general fund.
So moved.
Do I have
Second.
a trustee Nelson, trustee Freeman? We'll do a oral vote. Trustee Arau,
Aye.
trustee Garcia,
Aye.
trustee Freeman,
Aye.
trustee Nelson,
Aye.
myself, trustee Stafford, aye. You can vote electronically. 13.8 passes 5-0. So we now have 13.9 is an action item business, a multi-year agreement with Emix Incorporated, if I pronounce that correctly, DBA Inform K-12 for the online workflow platform and support services, funded through the PUHSD and CMI Federal CARES Act Learning Loss Mitigation Fund in the amount of $183,970, not the general fund. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Freeman and Arouse, and we'll vote orally. Trustee Arau,
Aye.
trustee Garcia,
Aye.
trustee Freeman,
Aye.
trustee Nelson,
Aye.
myself, trustee Stafford, aye. You can vote electronically. 13.9 passes 5-0. So we move now to 13.10, action item technology. This is an agreement with Verizon Wireless to purchase LTE services funded through the Federal CARES Act Learning Loss Mitigation Fund in the amount not to exceed $30,000, not the general fund.
So moved.
Trustee Nelson,
Second.
second. Trustee Rouse. We'll do an oral vote.
I have a question for Joe.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Freeman.
What does LTE stand for?
Why is it not coming to me on the top of my head? Long-term evolution.
Thank you.
That's the question. You didn't ask me a more complicated one.
I have seen that for so long, and I even asked Mr. Bennett what it meant, and he couldn't tell me.
All right. If that's the question, I'll take it.
And what is the meaning of that, Mr. Williams? Because what's our services that we are getting?
So thank you for that question, Dr. Rao. So as you know, the board voted for the T-Mobile hotspots, which are, as you know, they're a hotspot. So this builds in a little bit of diversity into our package, because as you know, in the presentation, it discussed that we bought 300 Chromebooks that are capable of LTE. So those don't come with hotspots. So we can connect those to this system. So we're using T-Mobile with the hotspots, and this will allow us to connect these Chromebooks for unique situations to another provider, given that the student's area might not have T-Mobile. So this gives us some kind of diversity in how we offer services. Thank you for asking.
Okay.
Thank you for your answer. Thank you.
Okay. So did we do the oral on this one?
Not yet.
Okay, so we'll do the oral vote on 1310. Trustee Arau,
Aye.
trustee Garcia,
Yes.
Trustee Freeman,
Aye.
Trustee Nelson,
Aye.
and myself, Trustee Stafford, aye. You can vote electronically now. So 13.10, technology passes 5-0. Okay. So now we move to a public hearing for the learning continuity and attendance plan for the 2020-2011 school year. Okay. So this is where it's different. The number's different. This is an action item, but we have to open the public hearing. We'll open the public hearing at 8:26 p.m.
You need a motion and a second to open.
To open, okay, let's have a, can I have a motion to open 14.1?
So move.
Okay.
Second.
Trustee Freeman, Trustee Nelson is the second. So we're going to change that open time. The meeting is now open at 8:27. Okay.
And we do have a list of public comments on this one, Mr. Stafford, that came out of the parent meeting that this plan was developed with.
Oh, okay. So we'll go to Joe and
Joe read those into.
We'll hear those.
And scrolling through the list, it looks like we'll be fine on the time limit too. They're short. So items related to the public hearing. There's no names attached to these, by the way, so I'll just read them and pause. The stakeholder engagement section is well written and truly reflects the large percentage of parents that want to return to a school-based setting. I do feel that you have actively engaged parents and provided opportunities and platforms to have their voices heard. The board expressed interest in a hybrid model as part of the general information section. When I participated in the board meetings, I'm not sure if that is truly reflective of the board's feelings that were pretty adamant that I felt that full virtual environment was the only option for discussion. Not sure how if the general information necessarily needs to change, but I do not feel the board truly considered the parent input and that option with transparency. Next comment. There is way too much time spent waiting for the next class that most teachers are not utilizing. In speaking with other parents, some students are sleeping in between playing video games. Students' time can be used better if the free time was pushed to the afternoon. Most teachers are only using about 30 minutes of the live time anyways. The next comment. I would like us to look into block schedule. The rotation has been a real struggle for my student. The next comment. My son said some teachers are not following the schedules and can be very confusing. The next one. A lot of teachers do not know how to use technology themselves and are not engaging at all. Also, what the kids don't pay attention to. I listened to some of the courses. The next one. The disparity between the teacher's skill set with technology and providing engaging and rigorous instruction is significant, and that is understandable. And there does appear to be options for PD to decrease in teachers who are not as comfortable with tech and virtual instruction. The next one. Asynchronous or synchronous. The child has to check in for each class, which may cause a child having unexcused absences, which means parents have to monitor attendance so that this should happen. They can get it corrected. My child has already been marked out unexcused 3 times by the same teacher. Friday check-in is every 35 minutes versus every 50 minutes, so the risk of it's a little higher on Monday through Thursday. With every class check, what could be done differently? The next one. At the board meeting, it seemed a lot. Not all teachers didn't want to go back. I am worried that they really don't want to go back since some are teaching from vacation spots. Some teachers are not doing any attendance while others are overboard on it. The next one. Continuity with monitoring attendance is really an issue. Additional training or support for all teachers need to be discussed, or additional support for students to meet the demands of attendance with guidance from CDPH regarding small group cohorts. Will there be more to address the option or have that included in the continuity of learning to support student engagement activities, SEL clubs, and SWD? The next one. Distance learning is extremely difficult for special education. Parents are extremely frustrated about not being able to keep their child focused on a computer for school in a moderate severe classroom. You have multiple levels of learning where group instruction does not necessarily benefit all students, nor does it allow for the teachers to work on each of the students' goals. The next comment. My other concern is our non-English speaking families. Parents have a hard time explaining to their child what to do when they themselves don't understand the platforms, especially ones only in English. The next comment. Teachers went to school to be hands-on. This is hard for everyone. The next one. The fact that staff are using either Canvas or Google Classroom is difficult for my son who has an IEP. I believe they should use one or the other. The next one. Parents with AP and dual enrolled kids are having a hard time. It is everyone, not just a certain group. The next one. Personally, I don't like the hybrid model. Too distracting. I prefer full online or full at school. Unfortunately, the online model provides children with approximately 700 minutes of teacher-led classes versus the normal approximately 1,700 minutes on campus. For children who may be college-bound, the silver lining is preparation for college and independence, less involvement from teachers. The downside, however, is that many students need face-to-face teacher-led classes and the support from their peer group. 1,000 minutes is a lot to be independently learning. The next one. I do think that there should be language that at least discuss the option of small group cohorts, especially for students with more significant needs, especially now that there are clear guidance on how to implement that option. The next one. How are you collecting data regarding the interaction with counselors to ensure the effectiveness of the support for students that are truly struggling with distance learning, who may not have an IEP or a case manager to help ensure access to services? The next one. I do agree that mental health needs to be the forefront of this plan. However, I do feel there should be added content, resources, engagement opportunities, even virtually for students that may not necessarily be identified at risk. The social-emotional well-being of a large portion of our students due to this learning platform is greatly impacted and is not necessarily addressed in this section. I do not have the answers, but SEL for all students needs to be looked into more in depth. This section seems primarily focused on the smaller percentage at risk or SWD students. The next one. Any mental health services should be an opt-in, but available to all as needed. And the next one. It is very important that parents know how to access Canvas, Google Classroom, and IC. At the elementary school, they showed the parents how to use these tools, and it is necessary at the high school level as well. The next comment. I agree with everything being said, but unfortunately, the majority of parents work and don't pay attention to the school. We need to work better with the parents. The next one. My son is attending all his classes, and so far all his teachers are making good use of time, but Infinite Campus is not reliable for attendance. It is often down, loading slow, or not working, so it causes an issue when he's checking in for attendance. However, I do like Infinite Campus for parents because it allows me to see my son's assignments, grades, attendance at any time. The next one. Thank you all for this information. CMI sends out a lot of information. I'm not sure about the other schools, but as parents, we are here to support the district. You guys are doing a great job, and thank you for all the information that is given. And that concludes the comments for this item.
Okay. So this was a public hearing, and if I could read my own notes. Anna, can you tell me what time I opened that public hearing?
Yes, at 8:27.
8:27. Okay, unless there's any comments, this public hearing will close at 8:35. 27. So with that, we'll need a motion.
Mr. Stafford, I think you already had a motion and a second on this.
Did I?
I have it written down as Ronnie and David. Do you have that as well, Anna?
Yes.
As who? I'm sorry.
Randy for the first
Who
and
was that?
David. Randy, is my mic on? Yes.
Okay. And David for the second. Okay, we'll need an oral vote.
Before we vote, Tony, I have a question.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. It's related to attendance, and probably this is for Mr. Newman, Dr. Newman, and Ms. Rains. As you know, according to ASB 98, I believe, is the one who determines our funding is not going to be determined by the ADA, but the attendance. However, one parameter that is going to be considered is a chronic absenteeism. That is going to be one of them. I'm confused because during the presentation, the presenters were talking about attendance. However, our students, they check in. So I would like clarification. What is the idea? What was the idea behind just checking in? The students said, oh, I complied, I check in, right? And it's true, they can leave. It's true, the teachers can override that, but they need to be checking to see if they were there. I remember I asked that question in the last board meeting, and Dr. Newman said that it was part of the agreement that the district had with the teachers. But I reviewed the MOU, and I was not able to find anything. Did I miss that part?
No.
And if I didn't, what's the objective? Why call it check-in and not attendance when, and then during the presentation to us, it's called attendance. Nobody mentioned 92% of the students check in. It's 92% attendance. So why that discrepancy? What is the objective of changing different terms?
Well, in regards to your question, I think the agreement was that a request came from the teachers to allow some of the kids to check in because of just I guess just the challenge of trying to take roll every day in addition to all the new distance learning that teachers are doing. So when we said it was an agreement, it was more of a request specifically from some of our teachers requesting to basically be allowed for the teachers to check in. And so that's basically how we got to this point. So we kind of met and discussed that with our teachers union, and then that request came up. And so that's why we allowed that to happen. And we're still working with them now. It's not a perfect system. We're still working with them now. And there's some adjustments it looks like we'll be making as we meet over the next few days to look at kind of what we're doing. But in regards to what was your second question, Dr. Rao? There was another question that you had.
Yeah, I can ask the second one, but just coming back to the first one. So what if I'm hearing correctly, you are saying we did the MOU and then some teachers requested. I don't know, I don't have an idea how many teachers made the request, that we even changed that in IC, in Infinite Campus, and from attendance, it was changed to check-in. You mentioned some students, allowed some students to check in. We have the 10,000 students, the 9,800 and something checking in. So that is kind of unclear still to me. If you can just give us an idea how many teachers and why, because that number of teachers make the district to change even in Infinite Campus and everybody to check in. And the second question, answering your question, it was, what is the objective of having that terminology check-in for the students? So in my mind, and help me here, if potentially you might disagree, but if I check in, well, I check in, I'm done, right? They leave, and that is happening in reality. So the teacher goes above and beyond in order to find out that. How some of the public comments mention, some teachers, they do it, and other ones, they don't have time. They don't have time to be doing that. So in part of this, part B, we can say of the question is, during the presentation, we received 92%, hypothetically speaking, that was the percentage, right? 92%, 92.84% attendance. But is that really attendance or that is check-ins? And are we reporting those check-ins as attendance to the state? In order, so what's going on? I would like to know, and what is the objective of changing the terminology? What were we trying to accomplish?
Right, and so I don't think there's an objective, Dr. Rouse, in changing the terminology. I think part of the law was, can we as a district verify that kids are connected, that kids are online, that they're able to get online and have access. And so part of that was, we're able to know a confirmation on a daily basis. When kids go and check in, that tells us that kids have online access. That tells us that kids have access to our information. And through that process, we're able to verify that kids have access. So that was part of the item. I think the law allows us to use online activities. There's also turning in work is in there. So there's about 4 or 5 different criteria that's listed for us to validate attendance. And so I think that's what we were looking at. SB 98 allows, I believe it's 4 or 5 different criteria that SB 98 allows for us to validate kids' attendance. And so that's what we were losing. So we were building in some flexibility so that we could have multiple access or ways to determine if kids are checking in. Remember last time, I think we had 30% of kids checking in last time. I think that was our last attendance. And so part of this plan was to open it up so that, I mean, our ultimate goal really is to figure out how many kids have actual access to their teacher. And so when they go in and check in, every day that's a validation of the number of kids the kids have access. Now, if they do the work or don't do the work, that's a different conversation. But in terms of us being able to see kids are online and they're connected, we can validate that now because students are allowed to go in and check in. And so that was kind of the thought process behind that in regards to making that determination. I mean, the ultimate goal, once again, we had advocacy groups saying kids are not connected. So now we have a record that our kids have access to their teachers to get online.
Okay, even if they didn't attend the class. Okay, because working back.
So Doc, I'm sorry, Dr. Rao, go ahead. Because real quick, just the part that I missed. So there's a part in there, if teachers do not, if a student does not attend the class, teachers can override the attendance. So if a student doesn't show up, that was built into the system to allow teachers to go in. They still have to take roles. So if a kid checks in and doesn't show up, the teacher overrides the attendance and then the student is marked absent. So that's the override system that's built in.
Okay, so the teachers you mentioned, the teacher may override, and then the teacher still has take role. So it's either or, right? If the teacher takes role, automatically overrides. Even it doesn't matter if they check in or didn't check in. If the student is there and the teachers take attendance, so are you telling me that the teachers are taking attendance?
Teachers are to take attendance every day. That's correct.
They have to take attendance. Okay. The check-in is another element just to comply with the verification that the students have access to the internet. Is that what you're saying?
No, yeah. So Dr. Rouse, what I'm saying is that it's multiple ways that we're looking at it. It's not like normally, we all have students who came to class and signed a roll sheet, and the teacher would take that roll sheet and check the kids off who was here. So similarly, students are able to go in and check in. If I'm a teacher, my kids will check in. I can check my roster to see the roll is already taken for me. I'm just confirming if kids are there or not. And the kids that are not there, then I'm gonna mark those kids absent. So Infinite Campus, our SIS system designed the system to allow that process to happen specifically for distance learning. Carrie, I don't know if you wanted to add, if I'm missing anything on that one.
I know you're not missing anything, but essentially just to reiterate what Dr. Newman is saying, the students are coming, they're logging on, they're saying, yes, I'm here. And then the teacher has the opportunity to adjust it as necessary, exactly like Dr. Newman said. If they said, yes, I'm here in this synchronous period, but I never logged into your Google Meet, and the teacher takes their role, then they can uncheck the box and say, no, you did not participate in my synchronous class today.
Okay, just summarizing, I completely understand what you are saying. The only thing that is throwing me off, we can say if that is the term, is teachers have the opportunity to override. We're talking about having the opportunity, but not necessarily doing it. So if the system would be designed, they check in, they have access, and the teacher takes attendance, and the teacher will override, that is completely different. they have the opportunity. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Because we have this situation, right? The teachers are completely busy and they might not take that opportunity to override it. And whenever they don't take that opportunity to override it, that counts as an attendance. So that's what is not, it is my understanding, right? Have you told the teachers, the student check-ins, that's fine, it has access, and you take attendance like always, right? Like always, independently, you don't even need to see student check-in. If the student is here, present. If the student is not here, absent. Did he check in or didn't check in? It's irrelevant from the perspective of them. But it is what it is. I just wanted to clarify that. So it's not like that, right? That the teacher takes attendance. They have the opportunity if they notice, if they realize the student didn't check in. Or one last time, do they have to take attendance? It's part of the responsibility. Like in a regular class, they have to take attendance. Is that the case?
No, 100%. Your teachers are required to take attendance every day.
They are.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect. Then that clarifies then my question. So it's not the opportunity to override it, it's they are overriding them. Because when they take attendance,
Yeah, Dr. Rouse, I might have just used the wrong terminology. I guess when I said opportunity, I meant that if they identify the kid not there, they would go in, and the assumption is they would go in and mark that kid out. Yeah.
okay, that's fine. I just wanted to understand that because if the teacher is not required to take attendance, and automatically is going to override. The teacher is not going to say, I'm going to override it. Then the data that we receive of 92% attendance is not real, right? It's just, that question is, that 92% is from the attendance or from the check-in?
I'll let Kerry answer that one. He's our data person.
Yeah.
I think it's all mixing together, Dr. Rouse. Go ahead, Kerry.
That's the problem, because if you are marked absent but check in, and I'm check in and present, right? The only one who qualifies is me, or vice versa. You would qualify and not me. You know, I just want to make sure that the data that we are reporting, that's the real data and it's accurate.
So the only thing I guess the thought is, Dr. Rouse, if kids are doing that, then every day kids are marking themselves here for the synchronous, the asynchronous session. So even if they're marked absence on that period, they're already marked. They're marked here for that particular day for their asynchronous periods as well. So there's multiple things that are happening throughout the day for us to verify if kids are engaged or not.
Thank you, Dr. Newman. I would just be concerned on terms, how Mr. Bobbitt said, that it can be both. We just need to ensure when we make the report that is the attendance that the teachers are taking, not the check-in, because that presentation that it was presented to us, it said, look how we are improving attendance. And that's the term that it was used, attendance. And now it seems that it's combined, check-ins and attendance.
I will add one more thing to it. On the administrative side of Infinite Campus, Dr. Rouse, there's something called a classroom monitor. And the classroom monitor shows every section for every teacher, and the attendance clerks utilize that. If it is red, it means the teacher has not saved their attendance that day. If it is green, it means the teacher has gone in and clicked the save button. The moment they click that save button, they are validating the attendance that is on their roster for that day. And the attendance clerks are very meticulous about letting teachers know when they have not taken attendance for a specific period, if that helps answer any questions for you.
Yeah, and they validate. If we have 6 teachers marking present and 1 absent, they need to validate that. I just wanted to make sure, sir, that those percentages were from the attendance, not check-ins. So we were talking about the truth and accurate data. Thank you.
Okay. We're on 14.1. Any further comments? We have a motion from Dr. Freeman, a second by Mr. Nellison. If Okay, I'll take the vote now. Trustee Rao?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Trustee Garcia?
Aye.
Trustee Freeman?
Aye.
Trustee Nellison?
Aye.
Myself, Trustee Stafford? Aye. You can vote electronically now. 14.1 curriculum public hearing for the learning continuity and attendance plan for the 2021 school year has passed 5-0. Okay. Our next item is an information item. Revised Naval Science courses, Naval Science 3 and Naval Science 4 meets A through G requirements, requirement G. Do I have, let me just check here. Do I have a motion?
No, it's an information item. We don't need a motion.
We don't need that. Okay, thank you guys. Let's go to the next one. It's an information item 15.2 curriculum. Revised theater courses, Theater 1 and Theater 2 meets A through G requirement F. And we'll go to our next one is an action item 15.3 business revolving cash report. Do I have a motion?
Tony, can you please disregard that? It's supposed to be an info item.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Okay. We can move on. This one we had, I think we had taken out board policies.
This
Mr.
is an information item. This is a new one, Tony.
Oh, this is a new one. Okay. Oh, this is from
Food service.
yeah, okay. So this is an information item, board policy, business and non-instructional operations, series 3000. And there's no vote on this one. So we go to 16.1, and I believe this is an action item. I believe closed session we agreed is going to happen. So
moved.
Trustee Nellison.
Second.
Second, Dr. Rao. So we'll go to closed session at.
You need to take the vote.
We need a vote, yes.
Okay. Let's take the oral vote. Trustee Rao.
Aye.
Trustee Garcia.
Aye.
Trustee Freeman.
Aye.
Trustee Nellison.
Aye.
Myself, Trustee Stafford. Aye. You can vote electronically. (16.1) passes 5-0. Where you go to closed session at 8:54 p.m.
So we're going to have to go
Okay. So item 17.1, we reconvene in regular session at 9:53. So we can move to the next. (18.1) is other items by the superintendent.
I think I've done enough tonight.
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Very good. We'll move to the next. 19, other items by the Board of Trustees.
I have one, but I can wait until next week. Just,
Okay. I'm not going to take the roll call then on that. We'll wait.
No one wants to hear us speak anymore.
Yeah, we're done. Okay. Next item.
Adjournment.
Okay, wait for it to come up. And it's an action item 20.1, adjournment. So do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Mr. Freeman. The two doctors, Dr. Freeman, Dr. Rouse. We'll take an oral.
Any discussion before we vote?
There better not be.
I don't have enough nerve to even bring it up. So let's go with Trustee Rao. He said aye. Trustee Garcia.
No, I'm just kidding.
What's his address?
Okay. Trustee Freeman.
Now I'm confused. Aye.
Okay. Trustee Nellison.
Absolutely.
Okay. And myself, Trustee Stafford, aye. You can vote electronically. So 20.1 adjournment passes 5-0. We now are adjourned at 9:54 p.m.